Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm flat today. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Narix. Hi, Chip. Hi, Johnny. And hi, Forgetful. Welcome. Oh, my brain just... That's early. I didn't think my brain would shut down this early. It's okay. There was something I wanted to talk about, but then I immediately forgot for some reason. It's okay. I'm sure it's nothing too important if I can forget about it. Hope the cherry's doing better. Oh, I'm doing a lot better today. Especially after yesterday, talking about a lot of stuff. It does help a lot. It totally does. Also, I forgot to eat this one. Give me a second. I don't know. Sometimes it feels weird to like forget about my own medicine that I need to eat. But it feels weird to not eat metformin sometimes, I think. But anyway, let me eat this real quick. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Thank you, Johnny. Thanks for the head pet. Head pet, good. I like head pet. Oh yeah, oh right. I honestly was thinking about continuing Lunasid or playing Halo today. And I was like, nah, I want to play Halo a little bit. I never played the game before. I saw Bert and Laveau playing it for a little bit and I was like, ooh. I mean, the gun play feels nice, you know. As a kobold, I like to, you know, go have a gun and do a cram. Something like that, right? And I was like, no, I want to play Halo today. And then last night, actually, before I go to sleep, I checked on Helldivers 2 for a little bit, and apparently it's real now, right? So Helldivers now is 22 gigabytes. Right, this is the size of Helldivers last night, and that I checked last night. I was like, oh my god, can I actually play Helldivers 2 now? It's like, whoa, this is impressive, right? So it went from 100 plus something, right? And then now it's 22. For whatever reason, this is fucking amazing. I love Helldivers 2, but my PC cannot handle the game as much. But I don't know, with these kind of optimizations, I feel like my PC might be able to handle Helldivers 2 in a slightly better way, I think. Maybe, hopefully. I don't know, someday I want to play Helldivers 2 again. How is Lunasid? Yesterday with Lunasid, I made a lot of progress. It got stuck eventually, trying to find out what to do. Found the canopy, found the forest and stuff like that, and got some secrets in. And then we found a TV at the end of the stream. It's like, found the TV, but don't know what that TV is for. But hey, TV. The TV is just there. It's weird. I don't know what it does. But yeah, Lunasid has been really fun. Once I got through the part of like, you know, I know I talk about this multiple times about hard resetting and stuff like that. And then unironically, the solution is to not die, and that worked. Funny enough, that worked out quite well, right? I think 0 deaths zero deaths 2 days ago. Watching 2 streams at the same time is kinda hard, but I get it. It's okay, Johnny, I can totally understand. See, the thing is, if I'm not streaming myself, I will watch Celeste stream as well. Yeah, I know. Like, both of us stream at almost the same time, I would say. Yeah. So, I can totally understand. I would say, though, you're totally welcome to lurk here and no, without interacting is totally fine, right? I can 100% understand, and I'm totally okay with that. Just gonna put that out there right now. It's totally fine. Imagine being told, have you tried not dying? I mean, I know that's like a for Lunasid, it's a solid advice, but being told that on the first day, imagine being told that the first day, I would just quit the game. Because like if you're telling someone who is already not in the stable state of mind, and then they'd be like, have you tried not dying? It's like, hi, what you want, your mother? Right? It's like putting oil onto it already going on fire. It's like, yeah, that's it's a solid advice at the wrong time. Timing is important, right? Hey, of course, Johnny. Heck yeah, it's totally fine. Well, today we're gonna try out Halo Master Chief Collection. I think I'm probably gonna do like the first game, the second game, third game. I don't know about the chronology. Oh my god, Dragon Pit. I don't know about the chronological. I don't know what the lore order of the game is, but I'm just probably gonna play it with the release order on like, I don't know how to choose this one, but I feel like if the game presents me from top to bottom, I'll play the top one first and then until the bottom. I guess that's how I'll play the game. Maybe, I don't know, but we'll see. I have Halo here. Wait, oh crap, give me a second. I actually don't know if my PC will be able to handle this game. When I heard that this game has like, I don't know if this game has optimization issue. Maybe not. When is this game released? 2019. Hopefully it's not that strong. I think, hopefully, maybe. I'm gonna give it a try. Never try, never know, right? So, yeah, let's play some Halo Master Chief Collection. I gotta close this one first as well. Okay. Imagine there's like mods and limited services. What? I don't have mods though. Halo is such a classic game franchise and somehow I never played it. Yeah, I never played it too. This is like my first time playing it. I never know anything about Halo. I just know about Halo with the music, like, you know, the chanting. Oh, I know about that one only. Hi Jameson. Hi Dragon. I would drink. Oh my god, what? 哎呀，他醒咩？真的是，我老味的水给你吐下去呢。Wow, that was kind of loud. Oh, oh my god, this is the music. Oh my god, it's so good. Am I supposed to be looking at something? Oh, I don't know anything about that. It heckin' the maze, the best music. Hi Zoe. Hi weird friend. Halo, have not played in a while. Well, this is my first time playing it. What? 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 This is Xbox? Yeah, give me a second. What do you mean you need to sign in to play the game? I'm on Steam! Everything takes like 10 years. Hi. It's micro. This is it's micro slop. Oh my god. Okay, fine. I can. I cannot type. Oh, I don't. Use my password instead. Your permission to maintain access to data you've given Halo the Master Chief Collection. See, update the like says you're not crazy. That doesn't give Halo any additional permission. I mean, even if I don't give it any permission, I won't be able to play the game, right? That's dumb. I cannot believe I have to log into Microslop when I'm on Steam. And it opened up my Steam. What? Link your Xbox and Steam account and start finding friends? Can you not? Can I just play the game? No. Mouse and keyboard, thank you very much. Wow, it took me 10 years to get to the main menu. Truly a work of microslop. Alright, first things first, let's put everything to the lowest possible because I don't know how beautiful the game is going to be. Game settings, Halo Reach, CE, Halo 2, 3, 4, huh? Okay, I'll put original first actually. Is the game too loud? I hope not. Microslop is a great name for the company. I know, especially when they're recently, well, not recently, but recently they're pushing even more AI generated content onto their like Microslop. It's actually trash. So Microslop working its magic again. I know, right? God. Like, why does big corporation like AI so much when it's like so hated all over the world? I mean, sure, there are some like dumb rich millionaires like, oh, AI is going to be the future. It's like, no. The mass majority of people just hate it. I think this should be fine. Save. Back. Campaigns, right? The current CEO is a huge AI supporter. I know, right? Ugh. Disgusting. Lit. Creative? Play, forge, or watch past games in the theater? What? Firefight? Or play cooperative multiplayer against... Oh wait, that sounds kinda cool. Oh my god. Additional content? Videos, credits, Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite? Okay, so... Wait, no. Campaigns. We have Halo Reach, Halo CE anniversary, Halo 2 anniversary, Halo 3, 3 ODST, 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, these 6 games, right? People higher on the corporate ladder are usually way up in the clouds and don't understand what people want. Yeah, like, they're so out of touch, it's insane. AI will fuck a lot of things up in the future. Exactly. I mean, it's already fucking up the entire world with its current development. Well, okay, look, maybe AI is okay. Alright. Gen AI, however, is like the bane of existence, right? Which shouldn't even exist. Some AI, like AI in medical field, that one is great, right? AI in medical field, that one is great. AI in helping like mundane works, that also helps a lot, right? But Gen AI in particular, right? AI used in creative field that requires soul to function is like, why did I like that so much, right? I don't get it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But seriously though, fuck AI. I miss the pre-AI times or the pre-Gen AI times where I get to watch YouTube poops and shit. Like that shit is top tier. And then now it's just AI generated content everywhere. It's like CEOs don't care about the future, they just want to make lots of money selfishly. Exactly. They don't care about anything. They just care about their own well-being, which is like tens and thousands, like rich billionaire or something like that, right? When they think they have enough money, they don't, and then they just want to destroy the world for more, which is I never watch YouTube nowadays. So much slop. Yeah, there's so much slop. It's so unfortunate. I only watched like a few, like I watched a few Counter-Strike, YouTubers, like Dima and Ren, and then I watched like Jacksepticeye, and then I watched some like Sagan Hawks for the horror long form videos, and some other ones, which is really nice. I don't watch shorts. Shorts is just crazy. Also, hi Dragon Mama. Eat Dragon Mama. CEOs of big companies are usually pretty rich, and surveys have proven to be completely blind to the not rich outside world. It's almost like we're still living in the Middle Ages when we're king and nobilities and shit. Right? It's just a different. It's just that with a different skin. It's not Middle Ages with kings and nobilities. It's the current age with rich billionaires and yeah. Well, let's play Halo Reach, I guess. I mean, that's the first one. Yeah, it's the first one, so I'll play the first one. Playlist. Pre-configured playlist of missions to play. The music changed. Quick stuff. Legendary. Your foes cower and fall before your unstoppable onslaught, yet final victory will leave you wanting more. Normal. Hordes of aliens vie to destroy you, but nerves of steel and a quick trigger finger gives you a solid chance to prevail. Your enemies are as numerous as they are ferocious. Their attacks are devastating. Survival is not guaranteed. And legendary. Your enemies outnumber you greatly and are hunting you down. Can you survive the onslaught? I mean, I never played Halo before, so I guess legendary is the no. Of course, normal is the way to go, right? I want more Dragon Mama. First time for Kobo. I never know anything about Halo before, so normal it is. Welcome to Reach. cinema. Oh my god, what is this visual? This is 2019? Oh, very cinema. Reach. Legendary can be different depending on which game you're playing. We're starting at Reach? I don't know. Because Reach is the first one that I get to choose. It's like on the top list. Is there any recommended starting one that I should play instead of Reach? I would love to listen to like the suggestions. The game is actually kind of earlier to the story, but Halo 1 is the first game. Oh, so the game is like ordered in chronological order already. So is it recommended to play Reach as the first game, or should I change?
Contact with Visegrad Relay was lost last night. All signals flatlined at 2600 hours. I responded with trooper fire teams, which have since been declared MIA.
And now you're sending us.
The Office of Naval Intelligence believes deployment of a Spartan team is a gross misallocation of valuable resources. I disagree.
Commander.
So that's our new number 6.
Cat, you read his file?
Only the parts that weren't covered in black ink.
Anyone claim responsibility, sir?
Oni thinks it might be the local insurrection. 5 months ago, they pulled a similar job on Harmony. Hit a relay to take out our eyes and ears, then stole 2 freighters from dry dock. That cannot happen here. Reach is too damn important. I want that relay back online, Noble One.
Sir, consider it done.
Then I'll see you on the other side. Holland out.
Lieutenant.
Commander, sir.
I'm Carter, Noble Team's leader. That's Kat, Noble 2, Emil and George 4 and 5. You're riding with me, Noble 6.
Not gonna lie to you, Lieutenant. You're stepping into some shoes the rest of the squad would rather leave unfilled. Me, I'm just happy to have Noble back up to full strength. Just one thing, I've seen your file, even the parts the Oni sensors didn't want me to. I'm glad to have your skill set. But we're a team. That lone wolf stuff stays behind. Clear?
Got it, sir. Welcome to Reach.
Reach is a lot of people's favorite. Gameplay-wise, you might feel the age when searching to combat evil. Oh, that's a Halo CE, right? So, I don't know if it's a good idea to play Reach first.
Meow,
Oh,
that's one sexy kobold.
what? We have a kitty? Hi, Evie. Oh, your journey begins. Complete a campaign mission or a match of multiplayer? What? I didn't complete
Listen up,
anything.
Noble Team. We're looking at a downed relay outpost 50 clicks from Visegrad. We're gonna introduce ourselves to whoever took it out, and then Kat's gonna get it back online.
Get me under the hood, Commander.
Sir, why would rebels want to cut off Reach from the rest of the colonies?
You get a chance, maybe you can ask him, George.
Commander,
Give me
we
so
lost our
cinema,
signal with
man.
HQ.
Backup channels.
13.
Thank you,
Nada.
Evie.
Can't say what's jamming us.
You heard her. Dead zone confirmed. Command will not be keeping us company this trip.
I'm lonely already.
You can change your character in Reach, their armor and gender. Ooh, you can't in any of the other games. I see. Now I'm thinking I should probably start with CE. I think who was it again that told me to start with CE yesterday? Reach is a very much
Shoot-down
an
attempts are likely, so keep your distance.
outlay of the series.
Let's stay focused. Watch your sectors.
There's the communications outpost.
Moving a distress beacon.
Oh my god, the game looks so impressive. Holy shit. What the fuck? Do you like these settings? Yes, one
Could be the
toggle.
missing troopers. Let's check it out. Put us down on the bluff.
I'm thinking maybe I should start with CE. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm actually gonna start with CE. Because I remember yesterday when I was talking Halo for a little bit, a lot of people has actually recommended me to play Halo CE first. So, and then I was like, no, I should start with like the top. But then a lot of people are saying that CE is like highly recommended. I was like, okay. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm doing that. This is the one, right? Halo CE. Combat evolved. Okay, normal. Let's keep it fast. The following required content is not installed. Halo CE campaign. We're going to customize your installation now. If you're in the party you're currently playing, it will be disconnected and brought back to the main menu if you decide to go further. Sure. You can choose to download the components of the game that are important to you. You can always download more of Halo MCC later by accessing main media options of career, setting gameplay, change installed games. If you uncheck a component, it will be uninstalled the next time you exit the game. It will still be playable until then. Let's do campaign. And multiplayer? No, I'm not playing multiplayer. Oh, what? How long does it take to download this? Oh, then, oh, wow. That's actually kind of cool. I mean, sure, it is a little bit like time consuming to do these kind of things, but I'm sure I can get for a little bit here, right? Like, it is in a way to save space with this, which is kind of amazing, I would say. Like, to be fair, I don't really see a lot of like games that does this, or actually, this is the first time I've seen a game does this. Like, the game is being filled, like one single game has 6 different games in there, but you get to choose which game gets to download first, question mark, something like that, right? It's kind of cool, to be honest. It does save a lot of space. I mean, sure, I can just like go like do this and like install all of these at the same time, right? But since I'm only starting with CE, I can choose this one first, and next time if I want to play 2 or something, I don't know what the next one is going to be, then I can just be like, beep, pop, like, enable this, disable this, save 8 gigabytes, right? I mean, I already have Reach installed for some reason. Oh, I think they expect people to start off with Reach. That's why they downloaded Reach first. Maybe that's why. Well, it's already 20% done. It's actually kind of fast, I would say. Kind of surprised too that it already downloaded like 21% or something. 3-minute ad break. Wow. Oh. Peter. Morning, Peter Dragon. My first Xbox died years ago, but I still have the game. Oh, like the physical copy of this game? Ooh, that's kind of amazing. Like, physical copy these days are just so nice, honestly. I mean, especially with like, especially these days, these years, Right, a lot of games do like digital release without any physical copy of the game. I mean, since I'm using Steam a lot, right? Steam is like all digital copy, which is understandable, right? And then I have Switch, right? And then Switch is like I have quite a lot of like digital copy of the game, but only a few that's like physical copy. I only have like 8 or 9 games, which is a lot already, but still, right? Most of the game is still like digital copy, and then with Nintendo, I don't know what they're gonna do with like Switch. Like all of a sudden they're gonna like disable. What if they suddenly push a red button nuke and just be like, oh, your Switch is not usable anymore. You have to buy Switch 2. Like, oh fuck, it's absolutely within the realm of possibility, right? And it's like, wow.
Excuse me while I bite this cute little purple bolt here.
Oh.
Their ears look the tastiest right now. I just want to nibble a little and whisper good girl in one of them.
Oh. Oh gosh. Wanna edit your rich Spartan while you wait? Ooh, can I do that? This one? Oh. Elite armor. Yo! Wait, isn't this Arbiter from Killer Instinct? I'm sorry, Arbiter from Halo? Customized Spartan armor. Oh? Oh wow. Oh. Ah, they're all locked. Preferred species? Elite. Ooh, I like light armor. The male? Firefight. Spartan pose. Alpha Horizon, aura farming. It's just an elite. Reach has a versus mode where you could play as humans versus aliens. Oh, well, I guess I don't get to play as that. Steel tree. Elite pose. So the arbiters are elites. Whoa. When possible, go into a battle as a UNSC Spartan. In appropriate game types, play as a member of the Covenant Onslaught. So I assume this one is only multiplayer? Oh, it's already changed. Oh, okay. Idiot. How about CE? Oh, pink. Vehicle? Weapon? Oh. Banshee. Whoa. Ghost? Oh my god. Wait, I want Banshee. Oh, okay, okay. I understand now. These are like different. Okay, okay. Weapon skin. So many different guns? Needler? Plasma pistol, plasma rifle, flamethrower. Oh, I mean the flamethrower is so adorable. Hello. Nice. Alright, let's get back and play. Back. CE. Quick start. Normal. So this is the first release of the game, right? It's only 8 gigabytes, which is kind of impressive. Oh my god, space.
Cortana, all I need to know is did we lose them?
Wait. Subtitles on. Extra large. Original. Okay, everything is font. Oh. Dialogue color style, single color palette. Ooh, okay. On change, yeah. Speaker name color style. Subtitle background. Opacity a little bit. I'll do like 25%, yeah. Oh. That looks good. Having subtitles is always nice. Always nice. Alright. Save. Resume.
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace.
This one on these older games is
They were
switch from new
waiting for
to
us on
old
the far side
graphics
of the planet.
More people prefer the old graphics because they
where do
feel
we
the team that made
Our
the new
fighters are
textures
mopping
kinda
up the last of the
missed the
recon
mark in
picket
some
now, nothing
areas.
serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple
Did they-
CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then.
They
Bring
just
the
get
ship back up
despawned.
to Combat Alert Alpha. I want everyone at their stations.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone.
Everyone.
And Cortana.
Hmm?
Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
I'm so clueless.
All combat personnel, please report to your action stations.
I wanna see the old game settings, right? So CE. Ooh, there's this? Okay. Graphics. Like it is already original though. Oh, keybinds? Controls. Theater turn sensitivity. Mouse. Configure bindings. Open text check? Wow. Movement, actions, vehicle controls, UI controls, visual scoreboard. Don't really see it. Yeah, it's C. There's push to talk. Oh my god. You could press to change it on the fly. Wow. Oh, I don't think I know anything about it, sadly. Oh. Hi, Roxas.
5th Platoon, secure airlocks on Deck 11. 14th Platoon, rendezvous with 22nd Tactical at Bulkhead Charlie 14.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Once again, it is our job to finish what the flyboys started. We are leaving this ship, platoon, and engaging the Covenant on solid ground. When we meet the enemy, we will rip their skulls from their spines and toss them away, laughing. Am I right, Marines? Sir, yes, sir! Mm-hmm. Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
Attention all
You
personnel.
damn right I
We are
am.
engaging the enemy. External and internal contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
Whoa. Sir? Right. Let's thaw him out. Okay. Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds.
Oh, is this what I'm playing as?
He's hot! Blowing the pins in 5!
He's pretty.
Tube shows green. Cycle complete.
And I'm playing?
Sorry for the quick thaw, Master Chief. Things are a little hectic right now.
I'm Master Chief?
Disorientation should pass quickly.
Welcome back, sir. We'll have you battle ready stat.
Chief, please look around the room. I need to get a calibration reading for your battlesuit's diagnostics. Good.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
I'm bringing your health monitors online, sir.
I'm Master Chef. I can cook.
Vital signs look normal. No freezer burn. Okay, sir. Go ahead and climb out of the cryo tube.
No. It's comfy here. What you gonna do about it? Huh? What if I say no? I cannot talk? Wait, isn't there like a button to like open text chat J? J. I cannot J. Fine. I'll exit.
I gave you a double dose of the wake-up stim. Take
He's
a quick
summoning
walk
Jade.
around the cryo bay and join me at the optical diagnostic station when you're ready.
Wow, I jump. Oh, I really jump. Oh my god.
Sir, I need you to look at me so we can begin. Stand on the red square, please.
So
I
rude.
know the ordnance techs usually take care of your targeting sensors, but we're short of time, Chief. Just look at each of the flashing panels to target them. When you lock on, it'll change color. Okay, that looks good.
Sir, I'm getting some calibration errors. I'm going to invert your looking pitch, so you can see if you like it better that way. Try targeting the flashing lights again.
Oh my god, it's so shit. Who wants this? Oh my god, my brain is getting broken. The fuck?
Is that better, or should I switch it back?
Vertical looking is not inverted. Press 1 to try the other way. Wait. Oh my god, breaking. As part of the game's launch on Xbox, Elite Dangerous has a rare commodity called Master Chefs. Oh. Try the other way.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Try looking up and down again, please. Do you want me to leave it like that or switch it again?
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave the pitch normal. But if you want, you can change it yourself later.
Oh, Breggy
I'm
is
ready
doing
for the
good.
energy shield test now.
Please follow me to the energy shield test station.
Notice settings, press escape, and then select change
Report
settings.
defensive positions Alpha to Sierra. Sensors show inbound Covenant boarding craft. Stand by to repel boarders.
Stand on the yellow square. This will just take a second.
Okay. I think I'm standing on the yellow square. Woke up, can't get out of bed, stand as usual. But that's very understandable. I like bed.
Okay, bring his energy shields online, please.
Bed, good.
All right. Shields read as fully charged.
Okay, sir. Bring them down to test the automatic recharge.
Press E to continue. What's happening?
Recharging normally. We're showing green across the board.
Bridge to Cryo 2, this is Captain Key. Send the Master Chief to the bridge immediately.
Captain, we'll have to skip the weapons diagnostics and
On the double, crewman.
Aye, aye, sir. The skipper seems jumpy. We'd better get moving. We'll find you weapons later.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
leave the self-diagnostics running at least.
Good idea. You'd better get to your evac group, Sam.
Affirmative. I just have to reset the computer and I'm out of here. Oh god, they're trying to get through the door. Security! Intruders in Cryo 2!
Oh shit!
Come on, we've got to get the hell out of here.
Whoa, who's that? Can't wait till you reach a certain level. Oh, a certain level? Save me! Too bad.
Alert, all hands. Boarding party is
What did I do? He did! What did I do? Oh my god, the music is so good. I love these like trebalisms music, like drums and stuff. Oh, nice. Am I playing Alien Isolation? Leap onto Bracky's bed. Oh. Hi, broken fish dragon bird. I'm fine, right? I'm Master Chief. Oh. Left control to crouch under obstacles. Can you at least try to shoot? You're aiming at me. Oh nice, you're shooting now. Who are they?
Master Chief, sir. Situation's secure here. You're probably needed somewhere else.
You might want to point that the other way. Why are you aiming at me like that? What the fuck? Jeez, that's so dangerous. Oi! Oh. Let me just run at your firing direction.
The captain needs you on the bridge ASAP. Better follow me.
Oh, you want to teabag me once? Until when I still don't know how to change it back to like the original texture.
Captain Keyes is waiting for us, sir.
Are you Captain Keys? Who is Keys? Who do I kiss, huh? Ooh, okay. Watching this makes wakes so many good memories. Ooh.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
Aren't I pink?
Conda did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3, make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
What?
Report.
It must have been one of their boarding parties. I'd guess an antimatter charge.
Ma'am! Fire control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The object we
I
found,
want to
I'm
play
gonna
more
try and land the
Hightail.
Autumn on it.
Hightail looks really fun. I am really keen on getting that game someday.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is
Eh?
where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana
It says
off
space
this
to
ship.
skip.
Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research,
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
Yank me?
Good luck, Master Chief.
Your architecture isn't much different from the Autumn's.
Don't get any funny ideas.
I don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
Oh. Oh wow. Oh my god, that looks
Get moving, Master
weird.
Chief. There's nothing you can do here.
Oh. I can see why people like this one. I like this one more. This one actually like fits more with the
I gave you an order.
like everything.
Get off this ship.
Hightail is very optimized too. It runs even on potatoes and still look pretty. Oh my god, I should play Hightail now. Well, not now, but soon. Alright, guess I'm leaving. I want to play it. I have a gun.
Covering fire. Got him.
Whoa, big
Those
gun.
Marines could use some help, Chief. Do what you do best.
Which one is enemy?
Hold your fire.
Hold your fire. Who's the enemy?
Does anyone see him? I'm after him. That burns.
Are you enemy? That's how you play the game, right? It's me! Love the updates, graphic and textures, but definitely made the game brighter and less moody. Build a light tower next, it's gonna be cool. Ooh, light tower? Karasu 9's thing? I've been spoiled, oh my god. Also, hi!
That can't be all of them.
Enemy! You're bad! I think you're bad. I think that's bad, right? E to reload. E to reload? I've been pressing R to reload. I to switch weapons? Hold E was that. What? No, it's not I to switch weapons.
Fall back to secondary defensive position.
Oh, one. One to switch weapon. I like Victor. But this one's a lot more bullets though. Hmm? Hold E to swap 4. Picked up plasma pistol. What? I like this one has more. I mean, plasma pistol for this one? Can I take this one as well? So I can only have 2 weapons, right? And Kobo just hold trigger on your other bullets. I mean, that's how you kill them. If they're not dead, more bullets should do the trick.
Wow, there he is!
Wow, there he is!
Where'd they go? What the hell? Did something just hit us? Move it! Back to the airlock!
No Halo 2 was when they introduced wall building. Oh, that's fair. Oh my god, there's so many of them. I mean, there's no... Yeah, there's no, like, accuracy fall off here. I can just run and shoot. You have a melee button as well. Melee hits the back of the head. Kill in one hit. No nades. Oh, kill. Okay. You Kobo. Oh my god, how is this the best game ever? Hello? Hi Zeus. Are you doing legendary with all skulls? What? Is this help? Hey. Melee is very strong in this game. It feels very strong. I didn't think that's gonna like kill them. I don't know where I'm going, honestly.
I found him! It's me! See him!
It's me!
Whoa! Who's with me? I got your back, buddy! Good one! Covering fire!
Yeah.
Cut it out! Great start! Hey! See that? Next time you guys can help! That one's bastard!
When I reload.
Hmm?
Good girl.
Nobody on this side.
They're using our lifeboat airlocks to
My
attach their
bunny
boarding
chips?
craft. We go out and they come in.
Fight on-site chips, what? That's just another plasma pistol. The elite says scream whenever we go. Wah! Wah! Oh, 1 to switch weapon. Okay, I like this gun a little bit more actually. What is that weapon? Oh, it's just a normal pistol? Is there a weak spot for this thing? Heads are weak spot? Oh, okay. Did I just hear chips? Maybe.
All remaining crew and personnel, get the lifeboat. Fall back to evac stations.
just kind of running around. Human pistol was super overpowered in the first game. Don't know if they kept it. Headshot on weak point, shield dampen shots, but energy weapon drains shields more. Plasma rifle? Whoa. Assault rifle?
Back me up.
Covenant! On the landing above us!
Come on! Yeah, man!
Come on, keep it up! I had that one!
Sorry.
Nice one.
Oh, that's how you get up. I didn't know there's another ladder here. I at least know the new combo's been around since the first game. Charge plasma pistol shot and then one human pistol shot. You can charge the plasma pistol? Oh, is it a different gun? Swap 4? Oh, that's a plasma pistol. Oh. Okay, maybe plasma pistol is good.
There it is!
Oh, no more bullet?
I'll find the bastard.
I like this little guys there just shouting.
More! Over here! What was that?
Are they kobolds? One.
Does anyone see him? Crap! Over here! Covering fire! Hey, that one was mine!
That one was mine. KS. Oh, that's really dark. Walao, who said that? What was yours? That was yours? I thought that was mine.
Come on! Don't bother getting up, buddy. I'll keep you down. Firing! Try that on! Hey, leave some for me! That's dead.
All combat personnel, fall back to tertiary defensive positions.
I should probably use this gun. Melt their shields is better as a tool than a weapon. All the aliens are different races. The small ones are grunts that only used in numbers. I love the grunts. They feel like kobolds that are just running around and shooting, whatever.
Prepare to abandon ship. Combat teams, repel borders until personnel are away.
Oh my
The
god.
life pods are launching. We should hurry.
Yeah, this one's cooler. Look at that.
They're destroying the life pods. They really don't want us on that ring.
Covenant? Are we fighting against Covenant?
Warning, blast doors closing. We have to use the ship's maintenance access ways. Follow the nav point. It will lead you to an opening.
Covenant are the alien group. Aliens are the cow. Oh, okay. Nav points are temporary indicators that appear to head up display. Direction, distance, important. Oh, okay.
Good girl. I go back now. But that's not important. Good girl is important.
No, bath is important, Evie. Have good shower and bath. Will they tell you the lore but it gets more info? I think I'll learn along the way. Use your... Oh, that could be useful? Oh. Bath is important, yeah. Oh, I can actually have the lore too. But a bit of a super fan since the first game came out of the original Xbox. Xbox. Follow that dog. It's a very cool dog.
I'm detecting Covenant movement outside the access ways. Activating motion tracker. Let's find a safe exit. They're right on top of us. Let's find another way through.
Can they not see me?
Motion tracker shows all clear. Wait. We need to
A
get
lot
to
of
that
the
door.
lore is
It's
in
been
books and
damaged by the
comics, so
explosion.
IDK if you will
Analyze
get
it.
much info in this game at least.
The door's
It's all from
component
comics
list
and
is
stuff?
offline, but it's taken a lot of damage. You should be able to bash it open with the butt of your weapon.
Oh my god, Master Chief is strong. Many attacks are silent instant kill enemies when you attack from behind. Oh. Bioengineered human. He's like 7 feet tall. Oh my god. Big uppies.
Crew and ops personnel on decks 1 through 4. Report to evac stations immediately.
We got him. It's kind of eating a lot of a bullet with the assault rifle. The grunts could be murdered. Yeah. He was also kidnapped from his parents at like age 10 and brainwashed to be the perfect soldier. That's fucked up. It's something you would never know outside of the books. Oh. Holy shit, Master Chief at what cost?
It looks like the Covenant wanted to catch you napping.
Oh. Oh my god, what happened? Holy shit. Guess I'm going here.
We've We've got contact. Let's do it. My fault. Watch it. Covering fire! Hey, mate, that was mine. You stole my kill.
Who said that? Who said that? Are you the one that said that?
Firing!
The damage to the superstructure is extensive. I don't know what kind of use the auto can take.
Don't say things you're gonna regret. We're gonna die. Did the gun speak English in the first one? Maybe. We need to kill 2 humans and then regret your decisions. Oh, I killed 1. I guess it's better to kill the humans, question? After throw nades? Nade! Nade!
Come get some!
There's one last lifeboat. Quickly, get aboard before it launches.
What do you mean? I don't even know where I'm going. Oh wait, is it the one? I'm stuck. Eat the soup. Oh, okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Ah!
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Punch it.
Ah, sir.
Punch it.
We're disengaged, going for minimum safe distance.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir? I don't want to die out here.
Look!
What does this look like?
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
Hell if I know, but we're landing on it.
Kill him! She's been hit!
I knew it. The
You're
autumn's accelerating.
eating the
Keys
mic.
is going in manual.
Heads up, everyone, this is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
4?
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
Damn, Master Chief is so cool.
If I still had fingers, they'd be crossed.
It's a rank in the Navy. He's like 3rd tier from the top of the soldiers with that rank. From soldiers in general. Complete the Pillar of Autumn. Oh, are we not in space anymore? Oh. Oh, you guys cannot see the Xbox thing.
We're coming in too fast.
Lady with helmet is full hammer.
Damn, air brake failure. They flew too early.
Seasoned food with bath salts. Would it be clean? The ring world?
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last. Are you alright? Can you move?
Oh no. They didn't make it. Oh no. Oh, I pressed tab. It's soup too hot, mixing a salty floor?
Brothers, the impact. There's nothing we can do.
I beat them. And need.
Warning. I've detected multiple Covenant dropships on approach.
Oh, it's not up to me now.
Those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died in the crash. I'm reading thousands of types of flora. The ring's ecosystem is incredibly sophisticated. Alert! Covenant dropship inbound. They must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
Evade what? What do you want me to evade? Like, I'm Master Chief. Should I even try evading? I can jump. Oh my god, I thought I died. Oh! Wait. Oh! Only pistol can do that? Ringworm? They're shooting at me. What are I doing? I mean, I think I'm very evasive. Question mark? Wrap up, okay. Get fucked. Ah! I got fucked. I got fucked. Am I not supposed to do that? That weird shape in the skies of the building, it's a thing you're standing on. Alright,
Warning. I've detected multiple...
Sorry, give me a second. Okay, I see it. Okay, done. Pistol is a helmet link that can zoom using a built-in helmet HUD. Explain the lore? Ring-shaped
Covenant
planet.
dropships on approach. I recommend moving into those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died in a crash.
How am I supposed to evade when they're like flying over me? Like, what the heck?
Alert! Covenant
Of course,
dropship
welcome
inbound.
to the Discord,
They must
Johnny.
be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
What the heck? Who's shooting at me? Oh, hi. Master Chief is so cool. I'm so not used to like one being like changing weapons. I keep pressing Q.
I'm reading a lifeboat beacon over the next hill. We should check to see if there are any survivors.
What is that? Is that like a signal flare?
Wow, there he is!
Wow!
Heads up! I got a Covenant dropship heading in. Over here!
Can't hide from me.
Nade! Nade! What is that?
Look sharp! Covenant dropship on approach!
Plasma
I could
nade?
use some help over here!
A lot of assault rifle bullets, but not a lot of pistol bullets. Oh, my shield gets recharged automatically after not being damaged with it. Need. How do I use the plasma nade?
That's the way to do it. The cavalry has arrived.
I don't know where I'm going, honestly.
Uh-oh! Another bandit dropping in behind us! They're trying to flank us!
It's so hard to hit them.
Not more of them! Oh no, where?
Music? What happened? I thought it was chill. I like the grunts so much. Whoa. That's a different weapon. What? Am I not hitting him with this weapon? Oh, I don't know what that weapon does.
This is Pelican Echo 419. Anybody reading me? Repeat. Any UNSC personnel respond.
Let's just say nothing just means big boom.
Charlie, we read you.
I can see what it does.
Roger, Fire Team Charlie. Good to hear from you. Fohammer, we need transportation
No
to the
ammo
command shuttle. I'm on my way.
Look, more lifeboats.
Oh,
Coming
two.
in fast.
Okay.
If those lifeboats make it down, nothing will be right on top of them.
Fohammer, we need you to disengage your warthog. The Master Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers. Roger, Cortana. Okay, Charlie Team, warthog deployed. Saddle up and give them hell. Roger, Fohammer. Stand by to evac survivors and
Do I get to
transport them to
drive? Oh my god.
Echo 419, staying on station. Fohammer out. The Master Chief and I need some backup. Can you spare a few men?
Sure, Cortana. All right, who's in? Volunteers step up, on the double. The rest of you, get to the dropship.
Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going.
Nice one!
Thanks. Well, I don't know where I'm going, but I'll try. Oh, it's following where I'm looking at. Oh. I guess I'm driving somewhere. I don't think I want to drive down there.
Oh yeah, baby!
Oh yeah, baby! But if I go there, there's nothing to go. There's nowhere to go. What?
Survivors will probably stick close to their emergency beacons. We need to find where the lifeboats landed.
Okay. Oh, wait, I see the navigate. Oh, okay. You want me to jump into... Okay, guess I'm doing it. Oh, there's a way to go down. Oh, okay.
This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yahoo!
I'm glad that guy is enjoying it.
Covenant battle network. They're actually broadcasting tactical data on unencrypted channels. You should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief, I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
Ooh, ooh. Oh,
Whoa!
oh. Whoa! E to flip warthog? Oh, okay. You wanna get it? I'll get it.
Floor it!
Guess I install Halo once more? You're welcome. You abandoned the guy? He's behind me! What do you mean I abandoned the guy? Oh, nice dodge.
Contact. Over here.
Shoot
Want
him.
some more of this?
Yeah, shoot him. Shoot him. Yeah.
So tough now, are you? Here comes more. Want some more?
Yeah, you want some more?
That's the best you can do.
Oh no, car.
Can't hide from me. Hey, careful. Showtime.
Ooh. Oh. Uh-oh. Master Chief, I cannot drive the car anymore.
Punch it.
Okay. I don't know how I did it, but now I can drive it. KPI? The erase is used for more technical job. Ooh. Shoot him! Yeah, get him!
Nailed it.
Amazing! Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. Ooh! I don't think that's a good idea.
Nice one. We've got contact. Take that. Time to take your medicine, kids. More over here. Eat it.
Yeah, get him, bomb!
Whoa!
Whoa! Get out of here. So I guess I'm not going there. Wait a second. So there's something that I need to do. They don't like cobots while grunts have the mentality of Kobo. Oh, wait, can I drive my car then? Activate the bridge first? No? What? Oh, 左边是驾驶座啊！哎呀，搞什么鬼？I'm so not used to left side being the driver's side. Oh, I don't think that fit. Oh. I'll make it fit. Wait. If I do this like this, like, yeah.
There must be some mechanism to cross this chasm. Look for a control panel or switch.
Come on, I'm so close. Fine. Guess I'm not using that. There was a guy running at your Warhawk when it was given to you to be in the passenger side. I mean, how can I know there's so many things happening when there's like 10,000 enemies that's trying to kill me? Learn about Nate launching vehicles? Oh! Oh my god! Wait, where'd you go? Oh, did you? Oh, oops! Well, it's okay. I'm sure he's fine. Just taking a little nap. That was making like glitches. Oh, shiny. Activate light bridge. Oh, bridge. Glitches. I need to find glitches to get past that little hole that I can get in. Now you have 0? Nah, I don't need them. These are plasma nades, right? What do they do? Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. They seem to drop a lot, so I can just... Oh, sticky nades! They're in Killer Instinct! For recapturing purposes, right? So they can continue in comboing them, something like that. Oh wow, that's so cool. Okay, okay. They're the Covenant main grenade, smaller but sticky. I like the sticky band. I should double check if there's any enemies around here. I don't think there's any. It should be fine. Okay, left side driving.
There's new traffic on the Covenant battle map. A lot more crew made it off the Autumn than I had predicted. The captain really gave them hell. If we can find Captain Keyes and the other survivors, we have a chance to coordinate an effective resistance.
I like the driving. Reunion tour. That's so cool. Okay. The music is so cool. Oh shit, I've been missing out. Holy fuck. It's fine.
Lifeboat detected. No sign of survivors.
E to swap. That's a long barrel gun. The right button to zoom the sniper. Wow, sniper. This game like 24 years old. And it's so impressive still. Well, I know what to do. Okay, okay. Oh my god, shiny! What is that?
Maybe they took cover in that structure. Let's check it out. We should search the interior of those structures before we leave.
Interior what? You mean this one? I guess you want me to go up? Oh, enemy. Oh my god, that's fucked up. Their behavior is so funny. Stream lag just for you? Uh-oh. Everything, well, it looks fine to me here. Wait, are they lizards? What's happening? Oh, I think it's actually hiding from me. Whoa, they're so clever! Oh my god, that's so cool! Wait, what? They were trying to take cover knowing that there's someone here with a sniper. This gun is very impressive, by the way. Now it's working again? Oh.
There once was a purple Kobo. Okay, let's just skip the story. The only part that matters is Kobo is good girl and has very shiny gems.
Shield ones are jackals. They're engineers mostly. In combat, they use special weapons like the shield, but others too. I see one! Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. No. Yeah, that's very little damage per bullet if I remember correctly. But how is it the best weapon then? So when I get hit, I'll get unscoped immediately? Ooh, neat. Oh, they actually hide when I aim at them. Oh my god, this is so cool.
We should search the interior of those structures before we leave.
Save yourself! Oh my god, that's so cool. Wait, I am so, like... Oh, cool. Where is it?
Look, enemy, more!
Keep it up!
Call for an evac.
Oh.
Roger that. Marines! Assemble for evac! Pronto! Covering fire!
They're everywhere!
Not me!
They're everywhere.
I have a shot!
Not me, fool!
Keep it up!
Oh my god, this is so fun. Why are you shooting it? What the hell?
We should secure the area before the dropship arrives.
What do you want me to do? What? Here? Also react to getting shot in the head through the shield hole? Oh my god, this scared the fuck out of my head, lol.
Echo 419 to Cortana, come in.
We read you, Echo 419. We have survivors and need immediate dust-off.
Roger, Cortana. On my way. I've spotted additional lifeboats in your area. One near a rock slide, and another near the head of the river. Hard to see from my altitude, but it looks like there are more survivors. Acknowledged. We're on our way.
What? I'm so confused. What do I do? So am I supposed to save more people? I guess. Alright, here we go. Checkpoint? Oh, nice. Okay. I guess I'm going. You're evacuating survivors? Oh, I guess I did it. It upsets me a little that making good AI was never a trend in gaming. I know, right? Like, holy shit. Like, the old games, like Half-Life and this game, and there was the other game that I played back then that also has, like, really good AI behavior. It's, like, so cool.
Whoa! There's another one! Ah! Glory!
Oh, shit! Well, too bad.
What the?
I guess I cannot destroy that. Unless I actually can.
Yikes!
Weak spot, head? Oh my god, this is like painful. Oh wait, nade. Maybe I could nade them. Nade. Whoa. Oh, there's someone inside. Oh, I was like, the ship is shouting. It's like, oh my god, that's like horror game. Oh, it's at the back of the ship. Oh. Which spot is technically the back where you can see the driver hanging out of it. Good hitting them though. Yeah, it looks tough to hit. drop anything? Oh, so the pilot is like lying inside the ship. Like lying down and then drive the ship? That's so cool. Oh, checkpoint, nice. Yeah, I just got flashbanged. Remember Sky had an experimental smart AI mod where NPC can act like players in an MMO with healers and stuff. Ooh.
Some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
Ooh, when I shoot their head, they will have reaction. Can I get more bullet of a particular gun? When you get a health pack, you get a white flash. Oh, okay. I thought I got flashbangs or something. What? Checkpoint done? Oh. No. In the tree you can see. Everything hurts. Whoa! Ooh, nice flip. Going to play through all the Halo games or just this one? I honestly have no idea. Maybe I'll play through all of them. Maybe. So I need to get the red ones first. The red one seems to deal the most damage, I think. Oh my god. Oh, the AI is so good actually. I don't know how to deal with them.
Let's make sure there are no Covenant hiding in the area.
Echo 419 to Cortana. Forehammer's on station and ready for another pickup. Affirmative, Forehammer. We're ready for dust-off. Approach when ready.
We're
going to look for the last lifeboat, Echo 419. Good luck.
Are you back? Is there more? Oh my god. I need to find a good position. I mean, over here is like good. Oh. Are you good? Oh, you're good.
That's a human ship.
That's a human ship? The sniper is so good though. I have 4 shots left. Gonna grab me some breakfast, Of course, have good breakfast, Johnny. Never slept nearby from the appointment at 11:50. Oh no! Oh no, appointment. Oh. Oh! I got sniper. It's in the morning? Oh no! That's even worse. That's the situation where it's like, do I sleep? If I sleep, I'm probably gonna overslept. Oh. Give me a second. I pressed the wrong button. Oh fuck. Okay, there we go. I wanna drink water. Shared suffering. Also, hi Selic. I think I might have missed it. I'm like so confused playing this game. It feels a little too open-ended, I feel like.
Yarn!
Picked up reports that the Covenant has located and secured the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. The good news is the captain is still alive. The bad news is that the Covenant have captured the entire surviving command crew.
Wow, entire?
Let's hurry and find the final lifeboat so we can link up with the rest of the survivors.
The early game is much less hand-holdy for sure. It's like most of the time I just don't know where I'm heading or where should I go. And not a big fan of like being lost in the wilderness and don't know where to go kind of feeling. I'm sort of looking at like checkpoint done, and I guess I'm going that way or something like that. I'm using that to determine where should I go. The point of this mission is to collect people who escaped the ship wheel on the first mission. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't really like know about the mission or stuff like that, but it's more like when I don't know where to go, I start to feel lost and I start to get slowly and
The last
definitely
lifeboat is in the mountains near a rock slide.
I like that, right? I like that. I like when I'm being told where to go. I like that a lot. When I don't know where to go and I'm sort of just wandering around with like no clear sense of direction, I'll start to feel frustrated very soon. It's just kind of how I feel about games, I feel like. Unless it's a game about like purely exploration, but then I guess? They're expected to keep moving forward on the Warthog? Oh, the car? I already forgot where I put my car
Survivors
at.
detected. Marines are concealed in those rocks.
Those are just grunts. I saw Elite in there just now. Oh, those are human. Oh my god. That's human as well? I should just get in and... Maybe I'm the weird one. Maybe I'm the weird person that enjoys being told where to go in games. Maybe the space between objectives where nothing doesn't help it. One person here? In space, right? I don't think there's any fall damage here, I hope. Whoa. I don't know, this gun kind of reminds me of P90. More?
Whoa.
What? That's fall damage? I'm so surprised. Guess I need to get close to them so that it's easier to take care of them.
Watch out! Enemy reinforcements detected!
Yeah, no. Oh my god. Oh my god, this blue one is such a tank. Good roll. Should Xbox One was the first one? Xbox One? Xbox One. Oh, did I die? I mean, I tried. I don't know why they sound like super duper tanky, like all of them. Heck yeah, thank you, Johnny. Oh my god. Thank you. Having a cake that tastes like Kit Kat? Oh my god. Isn't it like the best cake ever? Is the last person with the sniper rifle dead as well? Oh, no, you're not. Okay.
We should make sure the area is clear of Covenant stragglers.
Is there more? I could devour an entire cake on my own, unless diabetes? Yeah, same. It's unfortunate. I could devour a cake of Kit Kat as well. And Kit Kat ice cream is later. Oh my god! I want Kit Kat. Holy shit! I want chocolate. She said Kit Kat. Rather devour a Kobo. This Kobo weirdly just like to stay in the mall.
Elites also have shield-like you that recharges, and also, if you kill an elite grunts in its squad, usually start to panic for a while.
So their shield recharges for a bit. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but still, they're tanky as fuck. Kobolds are friend, not food. Thank you. Nice, I want to stay in Dragon Mall. One is hiding apparently. Okay.
Roger that. I'm on my way.
Tongue does make a comfy bed. Yeah.
I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on a Covenant cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation, a ship I disabled before we abandoned the Autumn. The Truth and Reconciliation touched down on a desert plateau roughly 300 kilometers upspin.
Sniper headshot is a one shot for most elites. I think I did that a few times.
Get aboard and let's get out of here.
Oh, thank goodness.
Ready for dust off.
Nice.
We should move out, Lieutenant, and then we'll need your help on a rescue mission.
Dragon Maw just makes Kobold feel very big. Also, Hype Train? Wow. The thing is, I can make a decent cake of sugar alternatives, but even then, most of it's still carbohydrates, and carbohydrates just on the name sugar. Yeah.
The Truth and Reconciliation. The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
Halo C, complete Halo.
Ship if it's in the air. The Corps issued me a rifle, not wings.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal from Captain Key's neural implants.
Get a Marines! Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the hour!
Stick to the higher ground to the right. We should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support.
Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take out as many of the Covenant as he can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise.
Shit. That works. Don't open fire till they do. Oh shit, wait, I did it though. Always bet the short stick or the ankle. They're already panicking. Also, hi Feng. I mean, I have so many bullets, why not just use them? What? I thought she was actually hiding from me. But more like sniping, it seems. Sniping seems pretty strong in this game. But usually I don't really like sniping because it's like kind of just like scope in, one-shot kill. I like to get I like to get in up close and personal. This is one of your favorite missions? I mean, it gives a lot of sniper bullets. Uh-oh. Did they see me? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, guess I better get ready to fight them.
Right on! Follow me! Covering fire!
There's more where that came from. Keep it up, bro.
Oh, I got spotted towards the end. Yay! I think this is where I'm supposed to go, question mark?
I see him! That'll teach him!
Stop. Motion tracker shows movement around the next bend.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to advance as soon as you call for us, Cortana.
So don't go yet? I don't have patience now.
Good one! Yikes! Nice shot!
Music for lyricism. You won't feel you get smaller, so don't worry about that. You just want to go ahead. Woohoo! Fuck yeah. Oh. Oh, damn. Oh my god, Tekken. Raiding you? Wow. I got raided by Dragon. Oh my goodness. Yeah, hello again. What were you doing? Welcome. Heck the Kobo. Oh my god, more Kobo. Hello. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hope Warframe was fun. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons to bits. I love Dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh my heck, Warframe? Nice. I never really played Warframe myself. There's not enough dragons in there, I think. Once again, exhausted but had tons of fun. Fuck yeah. That's the most important thing. I'm just sort of playing Halo for the first time here, so... Thanks again for the raid. If you need any post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Yeah. Very important.
There it is! Back me up!
Thanks for shouting.
Best you can do! Keep it up! Right on! Did anyone see him? What the? Firing! That's another! Anyone gonna help me? Cat up! Firing! Hey, don't look!
A Kobo in my chat at the end of my stream. I'm raiding another kobold. 500 kobolds. Nice.
That'll
Good.
teach him. I'll find the bastard damn straight. You can't hide from me.
I like kobolds.
Smoke him if you got him, I tell ya.
Kobolds are great. I mean, I love being a kobold too. Holy heck! I get to look at dragons so much without being weird. I think sniping is good, like against those Opita, I think. Much headpad for Kobold with permission. Ooh. I would always want dragon headpats. Oh, headpats from anyone here, honestly.
Covenant forces detected up ahead. The path up on the left should let us sneak up around them.
Gonna be rest now and 2 hours late on my lunch and noon nap. I'm shutting down. Oh my god. Yeah, go have food and rest. And thanks again for the raid. Can I call you Zen? These guys are just opening up like flashlights like that. Crazy. Go recharge, have food, have nap.
We'll hang back while you get into position, Chief.
Alright then. Wake up, bad guys. Are they patrolling? I don't think I shot him at the head, question mark? Should make an odd chip wearing horns standing out in the groom cobbles. That's so good though, oh my god.
More here!
More here!
Careful, could be anywhere.
Cortana to Fire Team Charlie. Move up on the left. You should be able to flank the enemy.
Roger that.
Whoa!
Where's the gunship?
Cover fire! One alien down.
Oh my god, you were kissing them.
Did anybody see me? I kicked ass. Some for me, huh? Oh, that deal. Hey, nice shot.
That's a lot of shield.
Going in.
Alert! Covenant dropships are inbound.
That can't be all of them. Yeah! Nice shot! Yikes! Catch this! Ooh! What was that? Yarn! Oh! Ah, the burn!
Oh yeah, I shot the elite.
Come back to class so I can school you again! You got that right.
I like jumping sniper shots.
Covering fire!
I thought it was assault rifle gun a thing anymore. Do you guys have any more bullets? Maybe I should change guns, eh? Okay. That should help. Get that blue pyramid cloaking? Blue pyramid? Oh.
Want some more? Nice shot.
I don't see blue pyramid. You're running for... Huh?
Nice shot. Keep it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this thing? Active camouflage? Whoa, okay. It's got super cold again? No. It's going to freeze real bad all the east. Oh no. That's pretty scary. Oh my god.
On the way. Oh. Eat it.
Oh shit! I didn't even see the bomb.
Over here! Run! Fire in the hole!
We're directly under the ship now. The Covenant use a
Everyone
gravity
died, I think.
lift to move troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. We need to ambush them at the grav lift's loading zone and use the lift to enter the ship.
Wow, I think everyone died. Oh, oops. So when I get hit, I'll just like unscope immediately? That's kind of weird. Got him. Master Chief is so good. Everything is already pretty bad up here in Canada, so Dergi can relate. I couldn't really relate with the cold weather, but still. Be careful with cold.
Cortana to Echo 419, requesting reinforcements at our position.
Roger, Cortana. Echo 419 on approach.
Alert! Covenant dropships are inbound.
Oh, hi, Echo. Oh my god, plushie! Oh wait, that's friend. Wait, what?
Firing! Nice shot! Keep it up! He's unstoppable!
He's unstoppable!
Covering fire!
Are they just gonna keep spawning here?
Want some more of this? Way to go!
Is there more? The parking lot at work is like skating rink? Oh my god. I don't have, over here I don't have to deal with being cold at all. So I couldn't really relate, but to think about like having slippery floor all the time, it's gonna be very scary, I feel like.
Nailed it!
Oh, who's that? Oh my god, who is that? Holy shit. Oh, you look so cool. Hello? What you look like when modern?
That one's free.
That is actually just cool, way cooler. Nothing a sniper can handle.
We've secured the area. Let's square away the grav lift. Marines, prepare for boarding action.
Cortana to Echo 419. We've reached
Say
the gravity
hello
lift
to
and are ready for
Legbolon, the
reinforcements.
hunters. There are warm colonies packed into tank armor. Oh.
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the captain's command neural interface. They'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should narrow our search.
Echo 419 inbound. Clear the drop zone.
Oh, am I not going in? I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, are we going in? Oh, okay. Like music and poetry and eating humans? Oh. Eating humans. Fish Master Chef. I should drink. Uncle redeemed that I didn't drink. Wow.
I've got a good lock on the captain's CNI transponder. No Covenant defenses detected.
No way.
There's no Covenant here. Think maybe nobody's home.
It's a lie.
Nice shot. Contact! Lots of contact! No Covenant. You had to open your mouth. Firing! Oh yeah! What the? Huh? Hit the dirt! Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. We showed him. Oh!
We have invisible enemy now.
Eat it! That was a close one. Keep it up. What the?
Oi.
Found him. Good one. Let's find him.
Oh, it opened. I had to do it.
Area secure, sir. We better keep moving. How about that door?
About what door?
The door's locked, sir. I can't bypass it. We can't get through here.
Are you sure?
We can use the side passages to find a way around.
we'd be sitting ducks in that narrow space. We can hold this position if you can find a way around and open the door from the other side, Chief.
Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door.
Okay. Oh, welcome back, Zen. Didn't consider the fact that I have to wait for me to cook before I can eat it and sleep. Oh no. Well, you can hang out here for a bit in the meantime. Are you shooting space goblins? Sounds like it. Yeah. They have like actual Kobo behavior, the grunts. I love them so much. Oh, okay. The accuracy for assault rifle feels very weird. So it's just gonna shoot at this circular thing inside within? Not like the first shot being pinpoint in the middle. I'm definitely not very used to that. Left them so much you love and give them tons of bullets. In a way, it's very much designed to be spray and pray gun. Ah, fair enough. Shiny. Good dodge, brother. Oh, was it a double? The grunt brave methane, not oxygen, so the armor is basically a large life support. Oh, fart breather! Oh my god! Oh, methane! Oh my god! Are you hiding here still? We're here in the unit somewhere. No wonder. Hey. Oh, there was a full charge. I just stood there and eat it. Even in this state, my brain can still generate some funnies. The armor gets more explosive in the later games. I'm scared. I need to deal with the shield ones first.
Wait, that's the locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in this room.
I have to jump down? Oh, okay.
I see ya.
I see ya. Music is so spoopy? Yeah. Why am I playing a horror game now? would drink. Oh. The game uses my old name. This is my old name. I mean, I used to go with this, but now it's just Droxen. I mean, Droxen is my another character, right? God, I hate Microslop. Gosh. Like, I don't even really update my name on Microslop anymore. I didn't want to deal with them. That naming you mods cancel Halo.
Yark!
Nah, I'm okay with that. I mean, don't cancel Halo, cancel Microslop with their AI shit. Shane? Oh my god, I got more bullet! More bullet! Yeah, Microslop, exactly. Why did that door open? He's everywhere! I'm only one! What do you mean he's everywhere? The grunts are so funny. Oh, that's a... Shit.
I'm after him. I got your back,
I like the grunts so much. I don't think it's all... Who's talking?
Stay cool. Yell if you see anything.
Open master bay door? Oh! Oh, I know where this is. Hard agree base Kobo. It's all clear to him since he can't see anyone. Okay, then that's true. God. I guess I'll follow them. No, this is where I came from. Crouching doesn't increase accuracy. Oh, they bounce around. I don't know why my teammate doesn't want to come with me. Okay, that's fine. I will. Actually, let's do it now. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I just realized something. If this game comes up from Xbox, do you have to play this game for controller? Isn't it really hard to aim with a controller? I feel like I would not be able to play games like this for a controller. It would be hard as heck, I think. Yeah. I'm glad my thigh is still okay after yesterday's badminton session. The thrill of the shiny. I like shiny. I wanted to ask other kobolds but forgot, so now I'm asking you guys too. Do you need to be a little fella to be a kobold, or can you be physically tall but spiritually short? I mean, to me personally, if I become a kobold because I want to simp on dragons so much. Essentially, I went from a forest cryptid to a dragon to a snake and now to a kobold. So, I think if you want to be a kobold, you can always be a kobold. I don't think I'm physically short. I mean, in real life, I'm 171. I think I'm 171 cm, and I don't think that's very kobold-like. But spiritually short, yeah. Yeah, it's just a mindset, honestly. Like, I want dragon, I want shiny, I want dragon. And I want guns to do a crime, something like that. The Kobo grind set. You know, like people say, non-stop, 24/7 grind. But you grind to be a kobold instead. I must sim 224 dragons every day. I need to collect 1,224 shinies every day to be a kobold. Yeah. Counter question. I'm not the biggest guy, but I'm a Tekken. I'm a Tekken in mind, so yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's just a mindset. Kobolds as a species tend to be small, but you can do it like me and wear fake horns and go through as honorary kobold. Honorary chip kobold. And sim dragons get shinies, eat moss? Exactly. Moss are great. Well, obviously it is, without a question, I should say that I don't eat moss in real life. But as a kobold, fuck yeah, moss. Very enlightening, of course. I'm glad to help. Or just answering the question. Don't know if I remember this from my current brain. It's okay. If you feel like a dragon, you feel like a dragon. You feel like a kobold, you feel like a kobold. Honestly, I just like being a kobold, especially on stream, because it's where I get to be more myself, right? It is a time where I get to be super myself. So yeah, and then of course in real life situations like working or at home, I don't really go like hee dragon, no. Right? But on Twitch when I'm streaming, it is truly my own space, my own safe space. So I get to do this, I get to be all my kobold self, and it makes me really happy. Oh, you guys are here now. Wow.
Whoa!
Yep, important.
Oh, man! Come get some! Where that came from? Way to go! You got me? My fault.
Was there someone coming from behind? Uh-oh. When the music kicks in, I go hee hee dragon. That's how I got fired from my own job. I also ate the shinies from the cash register, but come on, they were so yummy looking. Yeah, couldn't blame me for that. I would eat the shinies as well. Like, how can you not? Oh, what is that? Oh my god, shiny! Overshield. Whoa. Double.
Keep it up! What the? I had that one! Ow, man! Sorry.
Oh.
Ceasefire!
Ooh, I'm gonna read that. Fun fact, according to Vietnamese creation myth, us Vietnamese are the result of a dragon king marrying a fairy/sage lady. That's why we are children of dragons, grandchildren of fairies. So in a way, I'm ancestrally approved to be an Eastern dragon. I mean, hell fucking yeah, I would love that. If you shake Tira, you get jingle noises like a coin pouch. Maybe? I haven't eaten shiny today though. Where even is the enemy? What the heck?
More here!
Hey, which way should we go
locate an override code to open a door.
Oh.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day.
Working on it.
Oh wow, okay. Fair enough. That's easier, I think. Sorry. Sorry.
Don't let him get away. Oh, damn. Lost him. Yikes. Do you see him?
Oh, there's not a bloody thing. I think they all ran away.
Uh-oh.
There it is. Here comes more.
Roger that.
I'm on it. That's the best you can do. Covering fire.
Wow, these things are hard to kill. It doesn't help when there's someone in front of us. Okay, so that's a weak spot as well.
I've been saving a little present for you.
So that's the weak spot, and the head also is a weak spot. I should examine that thing a lot more.
Got it. The door is open. Everyone should move through now.
Nice.
I can't guarantee that it won't lock again when it closes.
Hmm?
I found him.
Roger that.
I see one.
Hey, mate, that was mine. You stole my kill.
Who said that? I want to kill them right now. Did you say that? Or you said? I'm gonna assume you said that, okay? And for that, I'll spare your life for now. I'm a kobold and I have a gun. Oh, the invisible one doesn't have any shield? Oh, that's pretty easy to deal with, I feel like.
Oh, man! Oh, fire in the hole! Wasted! Does anyone see him?
I'm going to call for reinforcements. There's no sense going in with anything less than full strength.
Cortana to Foehammer. We need additional support troops. We're going to open the shuttle bay door again, move in, and drop off reserve troops on my signal.
I copy, Cortana. Echo 419 standing by for your signal.
You like that?
Reminds me of how my robo-dog in Warframe just stole all my kills on my previous stream. But I'm Master Chief. I should be able to kill them without stealing. Oh, I like stealing Chinese. But that's different. I'm not stealing kills. Serenade, thank you. Is Mr. Blazasnout my mass murdering robo-dog? Blazasnout. Blazasnout. Oh, did they die? Well, not my problem.
Cortana to Echo 419. The shuttle bay door is open. You can start your approach.
Roger. Echo 419 inbound.
I'm being blocked like crazy.
That's the best you can do.
Stream die? Mine too, back now? It looks fine here. Oh no. Yeah, my stream didn't drop surprisingly. It's the first time that's not on my end. Oh. So I guess today Twitch is being a little dum-dum. But then again, Twitch has always been a big dum-dum, so well, at least the stream is back now. I mean, that's not my problem if I want to stand on that thing.
That burns! Oh! Covering fire!
I thought we were dead.
I thought we were dead.
You got that right, idiot. Nice shot! Oh yeah!
The grunts, they're like they're like so fun.
Whoa!
Careful, it could be anywhere. Firing! Hey, that was mine!
I think you said that.
Here, saved a little extra for you.
Wow, you're
Take
pissed.
that!
Oh.
Keep I'm on your side! What the?
Can't hide from me!
Roger that.
Look at him fly!
Can't stop him! Firing! We showed him!
Hacking me. I like yip. Cakes? Where? Did they just shout cake or something? Thanks for head pet. Nice sniper bullet. Oh, what? I've been here before.
Nice shot! Fire in the hole! Look us down, man!
Whoa!
Oh!
Whoa, who are you?
You like that?
Holy shit, you're so cool. I like that yellow one. God, I love them so much. Well, they all died to the yellow one because the yellow one is too cool.
This looks like the ship's command center. The captain's transponder signal is strong. We must be close.
Wake up the enemy! This way! Whoa! Nice. Well, I didn't do it. Why did they look the other way? Should I be here? But I feel like there's something else there. Oh no, decisions.
We must be in the brig. These look like holding cells. There are probably multiple detention stations. The captain must be in one of them. We need to keep looking for him.
So this is where I'm supposed to go? Okay. Hi, Carline. Oh, it's a yellow one again. I'll make a second book. What is that? Oh. Scary pea monster colored armor. It's so cool though, it's like golden. Open prison doors? Any loot? Are you... Oh, I thought you were Master Chief. Oh my god. Ooh. Well, I got loot. No sniper bullet, no. The sniper is so heckin' strong, like you can shoot really fast. Open the other ones with the P elite kill. I wanna do just that. I just wanna come back here because it looks like I'm going to open up every single one possible, so yeah. Played Monster Rancher in your stream too? Got a weird looking golden slime monster named Peter. I'm gonna Good name, good name. With a Am I schizo? What am I shooting at? Okay, I'm not. Get out of here. Oh, hi. Oh, if I charge in like this, I might just die just now. I'm glad I used my Shinoipa. Hi, Kobo.
Wow, there he... Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
Okay, yes, sir.
Ooh. How Kobo is doing this.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
Oh my god, he said the thing!
Accessing the Covenant BattleNet. According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
Oh my god, they said the thing!
Then it's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
Oh my god, they said the thing
Now
again!
I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race.
Oh my god, it's the best music.
Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move!
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
He who controls the spice
We
controls
should
the
head back to the
universe.
shuttle bay and call for evac.
Mira, a Mark V.
What?
Ow, man!
Oh my god, I couldn't snipe. What?
You like that? Yeah, hombre!
Oh, they're not speaking English. I don't know what they're speaking. Loot. Good luck with the new escort mission. Uh-oh. New cognito hazardous pellets.
Nice shot.
Nice shot! Hey! Cover me!
Cut it out! Move! Hey! Careful, it could be anywhere.
They're just hitting themselves.
All clear over here.
Oh, I've been here.
Area secure.
Let's find.
Are you sure?
Get your round, I starting first!
Walao eh, check your eye lah.
Damn it!
I blind not blind like you sia, walao eh.
Get up so I can kill you again.
Hey, that one's free!
That got him.
I don't like escort missions. Stop shooting it and by it I mean P-lights. P-lights. P-light. The lizards look so cool in this game. The shield ones. Is this where I'm going? I sure hope so. I mean, this place looks cool. Thanks for showing yourself.
captain and need extraction on the double.
Negative, Cortana. I've been engaged by Covenant air patrols, and I'm having a tough time shaking them. You'll be better off finding your own ride. Sorry.
Sorry.
Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana out.
Air support is cut off, Captain. We need to hold here until she can move in.
Oh, great! Now we're trapped here! We're screwed!
How should you
Stow
say
the belly-aching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the Chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
Oh. No. Oh no, what? I have to do that over again? Bedtime for Zen? I'll join again if I wake up. You're still on. Have fun shooting space goblins? Of course. Have a good nap, Zen. Thank you. Also, hi, sweet. Hi, yeah, walao, I have to do that over again. Are they still like standing at the same place? No.
Nice shot.
Cortana to Echo 419. We have the captain and need extraction on the double.
Negative, Cortana. I've been engaged by Covenant air patrols, and I'm having a tough time shaking them. You'll be better off finding your own ride. Sorry.
Sorry.
Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana
I
out.
have to listen to
Air support
them
is cut
again.
off, we need to hold here until she can move in.
Oh man, we're trapped in here! We're screwed! We're screwed, man!
Stow the belly-aching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the Chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
Covering fire!
Watch it! My ball! Hit!
That'll teach him!
Please tell me we have a checkpoint here.
I have that one!
I didn't do anything, man.
Whoa!
My ears itch. Okay, I'm good. Hi, Lupo. Welcome. Am I even going the right way? also hope Lupo is doing good. Wait, I went down. Oh god. That's the scratch ears. You get the middle layer to board that ship. I think I was at the middle layer. It's up there, though. Not here. Oh my god, this Master Chief is dumb though. Like, going up looks good. Hopefully this is it. Oh, there we go. Wait, I think I was here. I just walked past it. Nice, easy.
That's it. The dropship is loose.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
Oh, we're in camouflage as well. Like
Give me a minute to interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
Captain, hunters!
Uh-oh.
Hang on.
Oh.
Nice one, sir. Time for a little payback.
Nice one, sir. Nice, we did it. Oh, complete the truth reconciliation at least 4? What? Complete the If at least 4 rounds left in your sniper rifle. What?
The Covenant believe that what they call the silent cartographer is somewhere under this island. The cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center.
Halo control center.
The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out swinging. Touchdown! Hit it, Marines!
Keep up, bro. Wow, thanks.
Follow me!
Uh-oh, I'm hurt, I'm hurt. what will people have favorite? This one's pretty good too.
Hey, I didn't know you made house calls for him. You know our motto. We deliver.
Oh, not the car again.
Okay, let's move out. Let's go find the map room that will show us the location of Halo's control center.
No, not the car again.
Wake up, man! More over here! Sit up!
You know, I have a gunner. I think it's fine. Get in. Hello?
Yikes!
You yikes now, you stupid! Walao.
Way to go! That's the best you can do! Oh, cover fire!
Oh my god, they actually suck.
That can't be all of them. Oh yeah.
Oh, dropship. He's just not a sniper though.
Whoa!
There, in the cliff wall. I'll bet the silent cartographer is somewhere inside that facility.
Where that came from?
They gave me nice gunners to the next game, and they can also drive for you while you gun from the. Oh, that's cool. Okay, okay, okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Fight. The cartographer must be here.
Thanks for staying there for
My
me.
analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility.
Oh, I got
Let's
it right.
keep going inside.
I don't know if they want to help me, or do they just want to stay on the car, I guess? Maybe I need to drive them there and like a good Uber driver.
What? Where? Over here. Back me up.
Bro literally stopped and looked at the grenade. Yeah, they're being nice. Because they know the Kobo wants to win. Although sometimes I cannot help but look at the shiny nade as well.
Don't let them lock the doors.
I see ya.
Oh, he's dead?
I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo subsystems. They've locked the doors, and we don't have enough firepower to get through them.
Uh-oh.
Cortana to Keys.
Go ahead, Cortana. found the control center?
Negative, Captain. The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation's security system.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there. Here are your orders. I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. We have to get to the center before the Covenant. And failure, people, is not an option.
Echo 419 to ground teams. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant bogies.
Second squad, ready to roll as soon as everybody's topside. LZ looks secure, sir. Nothing moving. Good luck, people. Keys out.
We need to find the security override to get this door open.
Find the door security override. So do I jump down? I mean, there is fall damage though. Pretty sure in the books the guy behind the door right now is supposed to be the Arbiter, if I remember correctly. Arbiter? I think Arbiter is very cool in Killer Instinct. And Arbiter must be very, very cool in this game as well. I should check outside where I can go. Is it a different place? No, right? Yeah, it's the same place. What do I think that this is a different place?
Get me an angle! Say hello to my little friend! Bastard!
Faster! Continue driving around the outside of the island until you reach the next building. Okay.
It looks like there is a path into the interior of the island.
What happened? Did I get squished by the car? Oops. Again.
It looks like there is a path into the interior of the island.
Get up.
Back up!
Oh, muffin! Oh my god.
Nailed it!
Wait. There's two cars? Is that my previous car? Do you have sniper? No sniper? What do you look like? Oh my god. I mean, this looks cool, I guess. I mean, definitely there's like a higher graphical fidelity, but I feel like Oh no, it's not as aesthetically pleasing, question mark? It might be very weird for me to say that, but yeah. Oh, they died. Not my problem. Oh.
Showtime!
Oh. Fine.
Well, there's the entrance to the security substation. We'll have to look for another way up.
Brighter, less moody, don't reload, peeps agree. I can see where they're coming from, yeah. Have I been here?
Punch it!
A lot of people here. Am I supposed to be here then? Where? I guess I need to continue driving, question mark? You get something bigger than a sniper soon, if I remember correctly. Rocket 2? Maybe? A big explosion? Checkpoint? Maybe I'm onto something. Kobo missed the terminal? The terminal? Oh. Overshield? Overshield. Nice. And Kobo cannot die now. Wait, I know this place.
Nice one!
When? So something about this place? This is fine. back here again. What? Aww. This guy has such a good maneuverability. Well, I'm back here again. Maybe the door opened? Oh. I'm sorry, were you not dead? That thing is sliding as if on ice. Yeah. Nope. Past here for sure. Door is still closed. Hmm?
Trying to get us killed?
You said faster, you fuck.
It's showtime!
Oh. Roll. Wow, the plasma rifle is so strong, holy shit. Should have been using that. Here, yeah, oh. Oh, guess they're not affected by that. Oh my god. these things are hard to kill. Oh. Beetle? Well, if it works, I guess. Yes, when freezing the hostages, they are a lot weaker in this game. They definitely get more tanky in the later games, and their weak spot gets more weak. Then again, you are meant to break their armor in their back and shot their back. Hi, Merp. They're almost impossible to kill without that. Hope Merp is doing good. Off to bad here. Have good evening.
I'm told all the time my dog is so fun to play.
Why is it double? Why is it double? I couldn't hear the dog scream. Hi, Nina. Thanks for the 15 gems. I couldn't hear the dog scream. I don't know why there's double audio. You can shoot your hand. Yeah, it's so small. I don't think I can aim that well. But I guess I can try. I hope Nina is doing good. Oh my god, he's just dodging all the shots, what the hell? What difficulty are you playing? I'm playing normal. Just say breakfast was nice? Heck yeah. My thumb is ever so slowly recovering from the mauling my cat gave it. Oh? Well, at least it's recovering. I'm glad to hear. Neat. Oh my god. Mega overshoot? I can only get one. imagine if I hit anything? Still feels funny, and it's probably gonna feel funny until the nail grows back. Oh, that's... Ah, I hate these guys. Don't even know that's a weak point. One died. Nice, I got him. Somehow. They're tanky as heck. Missing down the thumb sucks. Dealing with that. Oh no. Well, hope you get well soon and hope that recovers quickly. For both Nina and Dragon Mama. You like modern or classic graphics more? I mean, the modern feels... I don't know why, it doesn't feel that appealing to me. Like, I've been playing this game on classic graphics and I kinda like it more. Yeah, it looks more... It looks more, right? Like the modern graphics looks more, but it doesn't really make me want to... It feels tiring looking at it for too long, right? It definitely feels more tiring looking at all of these for too long. It's just like, oh no, right? I don't know, I much prefer this one. It's a very personal opinion, I would say. Classic graphics has more visual clarity? I think so. More cohesive. I feel like, yeah, there's way too many things to look at. Like, the environment in a way is too loud. Yeah. Saber Interactive had 6 months to create Anniversary. Oh fuck. 6 months to create this entire game in modern graphics. I guess I can see why. Yeah. if it's only 6 months, this is impressive. Right? Only 6 months. That is insane.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
I did it. I mastered Kobo.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
Uh-oh. Not the PD. But it shows how much 343i and Micro Slop care. It's quiet. What do you mean it's quiet? Where am I? Micro Slop. Never wish that more time could have match the mood a bit better with the original. Yeah. Because, right, if the 6 months, that makes a lot of sense. 6 months, I think they're trying to make the game look impressive first. Like, trying to make the game look as good as possible. And then I feel like with more time, they could polish the game, which fits the game's aesthetic more. Because currently it just feels like, oh, the game is being more impressive for the sake of being impressive. Yeah. Oh, I turned off all the power. They've got a bunch of stuff. Also end up with like a favorite gun already. I like the plasma rifle and the Shinoiba. I mean, sniper for obvious reasons, being that no fall off, shoots fast.
Mayday! Mayday! Dropship Bravo 22 taking enemy fire! Repeat, we are under heavy fire and are losing altitude!
Well, that's your problem.
Understood. We're on our way.
I'm Master Chief. What? Don't do it! Ja, dat was goed, dus. Where's your gun? There. If. I like this one. Don't do it! I did say that. I won. Oh, overshield, so good.
Chief, Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
Can I snipe him? Yeah. Oh, I thought I had it. I love the grunts. Must have been the wind. Is there's fall damage, right? I'm so tempted to just jump down from here, would be a lot easier. The AI is so well implemented in this game. You full shield, you good? I can make it. Rock. Whee. Everything is fine. Oh! Can I take... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, rocket too? Well, well, well. I already found my favorite weapon? Explosion. Oh, the rockets are very rare. I should. I should. Maybe I should have done that, huh? The grenades combo exploded. Isn't there a skull on that hill? What skull? Oh wait, I forgot where my car is. Or is that my car? Oh, nice. Okay, here we go. Spin. Oh, careful. Oh, careful, careful. Alright, we good. Am I... Wait, this is the way I'm trying to go, right? Should be out where the grunts were? Doesn't she have a legendary photo? Oh, the skulls. I don't remember. I think I guess I'll see the normal. Not sure. Not seeing any skulls to be honest, but only on modern graphics that I can see them. I think I should go back to the door where the P-lits are there. Hello.
Roadkill.
Careful.
Let me get that for you. Found. There's another one.
Careful. Oh my goodness.
No running.
Oh my goodness, be careful. Oh my god.
They pay me for this.
Yes sir, everything's fine. Alright, we good. I like driving car. You're trying to go back to where the locked door was? Yeah, this is the one I think. You know that Warthog is also a submarine, so it's like a land and also a ship? That's kinda cool. Then the water blender. That's how you drive the car, right? Where's the P-lid? Where's the P-lid? Shafted. That was cool. Transition. Where's the P-lid? Oh my god, flashbang. Getting Kira. Oh, it just drives on the water? Crazy. So you want me to jump down? I mean, you were looking down. Ooh. I guess I need to jump down. But I think I'm gonna die if I jump down, no? I think that's... Fair enough, fair enough. Do I go back then? Alright, okay. Oh! What is that? There was a red one. I don't know if that worked. The assault rifle feels pretty weird in this game. The voice acting. I love these elites. They're aliens, right? But they look way cooler. The fuck? Hello. But that small scene reminds me of Serious Sam all the time. Fun fact. No acting, real death screams. Wait, they keep... Huh? No way. The elites in Halo 1 use reverse voice lines of the Sergeant character. Who? Is this Sergeant in this game? Oh! Alright, we could... Checkpoint? Guess I'm going the right way. Follow that dragon, very good cozy dragon, I know. Breaky nice. Oh, that's a thing, right? That's a thing. What do you have? Oh. Man, I don't get that much rocket launcher to play with. Oh. Sorry, at the start briefly, you see more of in 2 and 3. Oh, okay. Nice roll. Where's that big guy just now? Oh, I see. Was it 2 of them? I think there was 2 of them. I hope I'm hurting them. Oh my god. Different voice line and cutscenes depending on what difficulty you play on. Legendary has some amazing lines. Ooh, that's so cool. I guess that guy got sick and tired of my games. To be fair, I would too. Give me a gun. Ito? This one being able to zoom in is like so good. Because the assault rifle works very weirdly in this game. Well, I mean, I thought assault rifle being assault rifle that the first shot is going to be pinpoint accurate. I guess not. Have you ever heard that wood from the elites? That's the go line reversed. Oh, I think I heard that one just now. Halo 1 Magnum is peak. This one, no? Oh, it's called Magnum? It's so good. I'm off to my appointment. Have a nice rest of stream. Of course. Good luck with appointment and thanks for hanging around, Chip. Thank you, thank you. Have I been here? Take care, Chip. This is such a weird... Ooh. Oh my god. Heckin' yip.
Full hammer to ground teams. You've got 2 enemy dropships coming in fast.
Okay, people, we got company coming. Let's set the table. Engage enemy forces on site.
It'll be easier to hold them off from inside the structure. Can you get inside?
Negative. They're closing in too fast. Negative.
Oh.
Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
I guess I'll try.
Give him hell, Marine.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before additional reinforcements arrive. Let's find that map.
Oh, I'm trying to find map. I need a mod to replace every grunt with a Kobo plus shotgun. Like the grunt being a kobold is so perfect. They're so funny too. Although when I stick a plasma grenade on them, it's kind of fucked up. It's like, oh my god, get it off, get it off. It's like, oh no. But they kill kobold. Oh right. That would be terrible actually. What a conundrum. I want to see what this place looks like. My eyes hurt from that. It would be an honorable battle? Eh, but couple. They died for their cause? Without simping dragons? Oh. I'm so lost. Checkpoint? Okay, I went the right way. It's okay to believe in reincarnation? A rare voice line in the later games, and then it's not again? Oh. I bet the Covenant would lie about Forerunners being dragons to trick kobolds. I like dragon. No sleeping on the job. Ay. Wasn't there like an elite somewhere? Wake up, he's here. I don't think that hit him. Or maybe that did. Wow. What? Oh, mine.
That hollow panel should activate the map.
Did I get both of them? Oh my god, I'm cool? Activate silent cartographer.
Analyzing. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly. Interesting. A shrine is an unlikely place to put such a significant installation.
Cortana to Captain Keyes.
The captain has dropped out of contact, Cortana. His ship may be out of range or having equipment problems.
Keep trying. Let me know when you've re-established contact, and then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center.
Is cool.
We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
I'm dumb.
Affirmative. Foehammer out.
Oh, shiny. I guess I keep going up. Kobo. Whoa. Hey yo, the music, hell yeah. How do I even get to the door out there? I mean, the music is cool. If I'm trying to go back up... Here? Oh, I think this is it. Oh, yeah. If it works, it works. You got it. I finished Halo series so many times and I still get lost here sometimes. It is kind of convoluted because the music plays when there's like enemies there. But why is the enemy spawning there? Because that indicates that that's our next place to go, but no, we have to backtrack to the slope that goes up. It's a little misleading, but it's not a big deal.
Ollie, you, the shiny cute Kobo in the corner. Yes, yip. You're a good girl. Yip yip. Yip yip. Yip yip. Yip yip. Yip yip. Yip yip. Yip yip.
They can also recharge the shield. Yep. I like yep. Can I need? No name. the little look. How are you not dead yet? Get out of here. Whoa. Oh my god, I swear I got this gun. Just recharge the shield first. We're gonna die! I think it's trying to recharge shield just now. Neat. More grunts that even want to join the Covenant? Oh, they're like forced to join? That's kinda fucked up. This gun also has like surprising amount of accuracy. The Covenant is a cult for ancient technology. The Covenant suck basically, like shiny space rings. shield back. Why are they like hiding in those corners? What if I do like this and this? Too bad. Wound. Rifle. I like this gun. Oh, wait, this is where I came from. What? Oh, it's a peely! Oh no, it's a peely! It's a peely! Ay, 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 ay. Oh my! Oh! Holy peely! I got one shot by that peely! Oh my god! That is scary as fuck, oh my god. Peely, P-E-E-L-I-T-E, because of the E color. Something like that. They're like golden elite something. I mean they're elite, but they're P colored. Oh, that's why they're P-ed. Oh, okay. I see. I want to use that sword as well, it's so cool. So now I go back up? Pito. But the checkpoints are very
Cortana
generous.
to Echo 419. The Chief and I are topside, requesting pickup.
Roger, on my way.
I almost died. The plasma guns are so strong. That's a bad ship, right? That's a bad ship? Oh, it's a good ship. Oh, okay.
Let's get moving. Go, Hammer. Here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked on.
Cortana, these coordinates are underground.
The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan, and my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring.
I hope your analysis is on the money, Cortana. This Pelican won't turn on a dime.
Look on the bright side, though, Hammer. The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial insertion from underground.
Insertion? Oh. Narrative Navigator is done. VS CPU? I would have been your daddy. What is that name? What? Oh, Lord? The silent cartographer. Oh.
This is as far as I can go.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here.
Good luck. Bullhammer out.
Can I move with this? Oh, you have legs. I thought you can move around. It's a common Halo Insider joke. I would have been your daddy, but the dog beat me over the fence. Oh, so it's something like the... What do you call that again? The Skyrim one. The Skyrim, but then I took an arrow to the knee, something like that. I used to be an adventurer. Right, that's it. I used to be an adventurer like you. Until I took an arrow to the knee. What are you doing? It basically is a kind of insult because it means the other person is son of the dog, you know? The audio in game seems to be delayed by roughly 1 second. That's a huge delay. I wonder if I can fix that. I never really have audio desync before. Not too sure what I can do here. I saw the spec and heard the smack a second later. Might be a problem on my end though. Well, I'm not too sure what to. Audio is fine on your end. Used to be an adventurer like you till a dog beat me over the fence.
Slams you into the wall.
Oh.
Yes, that's a good girl.
I'm being Evie is so strong, oh my god. Hello. They're just shouting, it's so funny. I love them so much. Did I not fire more than 62 shots? Ooh. Oh, the accuracy gets worse if you hold the button down.
The Covenant presence here is stronger than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secured.
Armed super soldiers into the room. Hello. They're being nice. They didn't hit me immediately. Sort of. Plasma rifle has shots equal to double its energy. 2 shots cost 1 energy. Oh, that's awfully nice. Okay, no wonder I can shoot so many shots without, like, the bullet depleting so fast. That's nice.
Interesting. The weather patterns here seem natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning, or if the designers wanted the installation to have inclement weather.
This is Fire Team Zulu requesting immediate assistance from any UNSC forces. Does anyone copy? Over.
I didn't think there were any human forces left on this part.
Cortana to Fire Team Zulu.
They were iffy though.
Fire Team Zulu, this is Cortana. Hold position. We're on our way.
Roger that. Make it quick.
Holy, how much that shield can take. Plus weapons have heal heat instead of ammo magazines. Normally has a charger. Like guns you get from a vending machine. Ooh, the fuck. Do you have a gun? I mean, 23 is good enough, I think. Oh, when they can shoot from below, it's kind of scary. Maybe we should go from below. Like, lend me your gun. Nice. Yeah, I don't like it when they overheat. And if I hold on the button, they shoot fast, but there's no accuracy. Did they not expect me to take this long and the music doesn't loop? Are they below? Help! Good dodge, brother. What the? Hey? That was kinda scary. Why is there 10,000 explosions?
More here!
It's so mean. No, I want the gun. Oh, I cannot get that gun. Oh. They shot more than I do? And I cannot get it back for some reason. Oh, it is what it is. 85, I'll take it. Explosion sets off other grenades on the ground. Oh, no wonder there were so many explosions. Okay. I love them so much, oh my god. Oh, Need. You can only pick up a new plasma weapon when there's more energy than what you have right now. Oh.
More here!
More where? Holy. Lift? Oh, I thought the lift goes up. If I look down like this, I don't feel motion sick. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. They all have the needle gun. Yeah, they all have the needle gun. I've seen you already. Hmm? Yeah, I should drink water for a bit. Thank you, Dragon Mama. Love the needle gun? I tried it once, exactly once. I feel like the bullets travel a little bit too slow for me, question mark? Hi, Ambre. More Tekken. If I duck, is it gonna help? Would you? Are you winning? I guess. That shield sure can take a lot. Hope you're doing good, Amber.
This way! This way!
This way? I'm following. I'm following. I thought you were telling me to follow. This way. This way. God, I love them so much. I'm okay. Up all night again. Oh. Well, at least I'm glad you're feeling okay. It's gonna be 10:50 a.m. Oh, there's an app break going on. I kind of want to take a small break right now. I'm gonna go toilet for a little bit. Although I don't like pure silence, so I'm gonna open up music for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go toilet for a bit. Right, give me a second. No pure silence, I don't like it. Here, you guys can look at this. Oh my god, my eyes hurt. Why is it pure white? So we can think about what we did. No, pure silence actually gives me so much anxiety, so I don't like that. I'll be right back real quick. You can remove the glow around the video. On YouTube? I hate the glow? How? Ambient? Ah, okay, okay. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put on this, but over there so that it can be seen, I think. Also, what they did with the scroll bar. Like, small bracket, it down, man. I'll be right back real quick. In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves.
Yep.
I'm back. Kobo back. Sports? Score the field basket? Hmm? Sports? Thank you, Jackson. I only know a little bit about badminton. Yeah, a little bit about badminton. And a little bit about the new pickleball thing. It's a thing that I found out recently. Pickleball. Eastballs. It's like a very chill sport. I've been playing pickleball for a little bit with my friends. It's not bad. I kinda like it. Right? It's a lot less intense. Yeah, it's a lot less intense than badminton, definitely. Yeah, I only heard about that recently as well. 20k points away from the shoulder of sculpture now. Yeah. Oh, actually, let me close this one and let me open back this one real quick. Boom, and then boom. Okay, there we go. So actually, I have a little bit of idea that I want to do here, right? I know I said I want to invite people to do art together with me, right? As in, like, just hang out together. And I feel like I could do that on Tuesday and Wednesday. Essentially, it's going to be me streaming every single day, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Right? But I feel like I can do that on nighttime, because I feel like I cannot really bring myself to do art when I'm not streaming, which is kind of weird and bad actually. So I was thinking of streaming a little bit of art on either one Tuesday or one Wednesday per week. And maybe I can do some art on some other days as well, right? But it's only like a plan that I've been thinking of, right? I really need to bring myself to do more art, especially this year, right? So it's a little bit of a plan that I have. Hopefully I'll do it. Can be there and draw on what you're doing. You can't draw. Well, you can learn and practice. You can draw mustache on what you're making. That will be on yourself, no? Are they shooting at something else? Oh. Wait, are they fighting each other? What? Oh, shiny. Derby, going to keep a schedule and keep progress, heck yeah. Practices for nerds. A rave. This thing sucks. Ooh. What do you think we can stand? That chip? You can drive the ghost on that ghost? The marine took it? Ghost? it can shoot this entire map? Oh, that's fucked up. Actually, I'm not a fan of the assault rifle. Or small Covenant car? They're running people over? Sniper. That's the thing, right? Alright, that's the weak spot. Hey! Oh, I'm glad that worked. Oh, give shiny? Oh, mine. Oh, it's supposed to be Dragon Mamas? Well, mine. What? I let you drive and you still die? Dum dum. And Kobo interception? Ain't mine, no. Any more gun? Nice, we got more sniper bullet. Well, no rocket launcher, sadly, but I'm gonna try out that ghost. Oh, there's another one there. Ooh. I won. Oh my god, I can shoot. Halo Elite Fanboy? Nice name. What? Isn't that what the Elite says for that? Amazingly, Ghost has a boost in later games, but I don't know about this one. All humans speak of infinite health, but this is not human vehicle, right? Oh, yeah, top left. Yeah. Pima. Hey, you can. No. I'm so not used to left side being the driver's seat. On driver's side. It's okay, I can get down and shoot. It's a lot easier anyway. Whoa! cannot drive on ice. Fair enough. Oh, I just realized that's teammate. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Can I?烦死人，真的是这条拉，搞什么鬼？
We could use your help, sir.
Okay. He was what did he do? He did nothing, but my can I drive this thing?
Punch it!
Movement controls control your acceleration. Look controls turn the camera to pitch it button down. Scope. You expect me to read that fast, you dumb? Wait.
Pile out!
Keep fluke. I should probably change gun. Nah. Right click machine gun, left click bomb. Just walk and shoot. Just like that.
Let's roll!
I have no idea. Oh!
Place their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Face up with me!
Oh. Right, I forgot I actually got I can actually get destroyed by bombs as well.
Right on!
Covenant place their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Hiya.
Covering fire!
One more. I'm just gonna stand in place. Don't question if it works, it works. Do you have loot? No loot? Tanks have a really good long range artillery too. Yeah. Take sniper ammo? My sniper is full, yeah. Oh. It's fine. Oh my god, Can I take them? Fuck. Huh? What hit me? 哎呀，搞什么鬼？真的是没有东西打到我，你给我死掉！骂过了，真的是。
Good one.
Good one. Flying thingy? Who's still alive? The Banshee? Am I playing Phasma?
The Covenant placed their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Just 2 shots of this. Another one, another one, another one. Boom. Okay.
That's the best you can do. Don't get cocky now. Keep it up. That was rough.
One is hiding on top, question mark? And I don't think I can just get up there and get rid of that, whatever that ship is. Guess I'll just go straight down. I mean, what else can I do with that, right? What's here? A hole of nothing. Oh, am I supposed to blow this open? Guess not.
What the? Bastard!
Bastard! So, if that's not where I'm supposed to go, what's that?
Whoa!
That's the ship. Just one more shot. Right, we should be fine now, I think.
Everybody out!
Camouflage? There's so many loot, but I can only take 2 things. There's button, and I can hack pet and boop on.
Floor it!
Floor it. I like boop. Oh my god. Right, wait here.
Hustle, Marines!
This thing? That's a weird button. Uh-oh. Get the tank, get the tank!
Showtime!
Hell yeah, tank! I got it.
There it is!
Did you shoot or was it me?
What the? Help! Hey, hey! You're almost a man. Whoa! Never left.
Get back. Were they all like hunters and stuff? They were tough as heck.
Keep it up.
What? Let's get down. Oh yeah, they were. Okay. No wonder they were so hard to kill. Holy shit. They can tank like 2 tank shots. Good tongue tastes great. They have good crunch, I think. Never get to eat one though. If any part of the tank is hit, you take damage. Looks about right. I think I recognize the button now. That's a weird button, but button is button. Oh, we did it? Rolling Thunder. The machine gun has 0 accuracy.
Firing.
Reach the transition to the 3rd chasm.
Oh yeah. Get the lead out, Marines. That'll do him.
Isn't that the bad chick?
Here comes more. Over here.
Oh my god, I can't dodge anything.
Don't worry. There'll be more. Ah!
Challenge accepted? What? Bullet. Oh. Dang, nice flips. any loot around. More rocket? I have 8 rockets plus 2. That's a bad ship, right? I should probably go destroy it. It doesn't work. Nice too. Rock says no. It's okay, I can eat the rock. I missed. Oh my god, that hurt. This place is scary. Is it hiding behind? Is that him? Nice, right on target. There's like a door that can get in here, so I kinda want to go in and see. This one. Oh, thank you for very big, long. Did my nade light not explode? Oh, shiny. Oh, okay. This is pretty room. I like this room as well. No sword in Halo 1, sadly. Oh, I wanted the sword. There's so many times that I killed them. I was like, oh, maybe I can use the sword, but no. The sword is so cool though. It did one-shot me. I wonder if it'll do the same to the enemy. Although Master Chief's melee is already like bonkers strong. Oh, I don't have... Sorry. I don't have a small gun for that. In later game it's a one-hit on everyone but the hunters. Kobo is a wait for Halo 2. I guess I have to wait for Halo 2. Well, not much in there. But it's something. A multiplayer can be parried so you don't instant die. Only multiplayer? Why is there not like an essential thing? That's a weird choice of design.
Enemy
Oh! Did they jump down just to survive? I respect that.
I thought the Covenant had eliminated all the Marine forces in this area.
That doesn't look like enemy. I almost shot them immediately. Yeah, that's friend, that's friend. Hello, wanna get on my car?
Let's roll!
Quiet. Anyone else hear something? Dropship! Counter dropship inbound!
The Covenant are dropping behind us! We're trapped! Ah! Careful!
Oh, careful. Oh, it's camouflage again. I want this.
Fire out!
Guess we need to deal with them. See everything or it's like just flopping around as you shoot it. Tape with duct tape. You're playing a horror game. You don't know where I am. Oh no! I think that's everything here. Mean. Nah, Kobo can be mean sometimes, I think. Oh, okay. Well, I guess no more tank for me. It was fun while it lasted. Alright, here we go. Hello? Hiya, walao eh, what the fuck? Let me see. Get out of here. That was scary, or is it because I almost exploded myself? Maybe.
Nice shot! Hey, you need some more ammo!
I need some more ammo!
We need to get up this ridge.
Marines, hold your positions. We'll handle those guns.
Master Chief, we should scale the ridge and get below those stationary guns.
Affirmative, holding position.
I didn't see what Cortana. I didn't hear what Cortana said. I should probably change guns. I don't really want to change the sniper, but I'm only like not a lot of sniper bullets left. So I'll change it to plasma rifle. Alright, here we go. Oh, the sniper for that. That worked. No, very good.
Here's a little gift for you. Nailed them.
What?
Leave some for me.
How are there so many things here? Hello?
It's me.
It's me.
Get clear. That'll teach him.
Wow. Okay. I'm glad I saved those rocket bullets.
Here comes more. There it is. That's how you do it, amigos.
That's how you do it, amigos. I love them. One more. Can I go down here? Oh, there's doors. I wanna get in here. Oh! No more rocket launcher. Oh. The doors don't open. Guess I'll go up. Damn, he got away.
I don't see anything.
Secret bad guys? Kobo good at finding secrets, I think. They were just beatboxing just now. Why are you hiding here, huh? I feel like I've been here before. Wonder why they're not moving just now. Although the Forerunner architecture looks very similar. Guess that makes sense. Bully.
More enemies! Behind you!
Hmm? Oh my god. I love these guys so much. I'm sending you my cat. The cat has been sent very aggressively. I cannot look at key after.
More here!
Did you see me? Where are you? Oh, okay, I follow the arrow. Nice, thank you, game. There, give you right back. Of course, take your time, Dragon Mama. Oh my god, it feels like I've done this entirely before.哎呀，这伸懒腰一下都不能，真的是。That shield is so strong though. Oh. Maybe I should use more melee, it's pretty good. The image it said is how my cat lies on top of my bed shit at night, by the way. I'm gonna look at it. Oh. Oh my god, kitty! That's like the cutest kitty, oh my god. Heckin' the door. Uh-oh, it's the peely. I was hoping that could work. Boop. Oh, they hit every shot. More? We good. I think I jumpscared her with the camera flash. Ooh. The plasma guns are so strong. Oh my god. Alright, when the music stops, that's the entire like enemy that I've dealt with. Yeah. I'm feeling hungry. I feel like playing shooty bang bang games requires a lot more focus than I thought. Who's that then? Oh, even that side they can shoot me. Is someone here? Like, close? Oh. He's everywhere. I should just do that actually. The plasma pistol can really last a long time. Maybe it's even way better than plasma rifle. Oh, I got them. Nice, nice. I'm feeling hungry now. I pressed the wrong button. Oh my god. Interesting physics. I'm not gonna question that. Next. Oh, I got the link. Too bad. Huh. Oh, they gave me a rocket. There's probably gonna be a big enemy soon, I think. This stage is pretty long.
I see you!
I like the pistol more. I mean, it's like when the shots have pinpoint accuracy, the gun is like so good already. Meow. What the heck? Ooh, that's a lot of them in one place. Are we in the same level? Looks like the same level to me. This level is awfully long. Maybe I'm taking it way too slow? Oh my god. I mean, since I'm not really like a good shooter, I would say. It's also why I'm taking it like very slowly. Dang. You're fine? Just excited for the next level? Ooh. I kind of feel bad too because I feel like after this level I probably have to like end the stream and go get food, but I'll see if I can play one more after. Because this stage is kind of like tiring. Like too many same-ish design in one place, I think. I would say this level kind of overstayed its welcome. Kind of. Like everything feels the same-ish, and yeah. See, it's the same place again. normal to what Kobo has to do. Norms are important. Just know you're in for a big tone shift when you come back. Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry for like taking that long because I know you're very excited for the next level, but I kind of feel bad to like sort of like leave you hanging like that. Got him. Derek, you having fun watching? Thank you. I mean, I feel like I can just use a pistol and just get through everything here. Pistol is so strong. Pinpoint accuracy, a lot of bullet, right? I know there's like charge shot, but I feel like charge shot is not that worth. Get out of my way! Interesting pose. Oh my god. Well, I guess the only bad side with this gun is the... the bullet travel speed is on the slower side, I would say. It's the only problem, but if that's not a problem, then this gun would be like too OP. Charge shot is more worth it on legendary when they have like double the shields. Oh shit, okay. It sure feels like it deals a lot of damage to shield, but it also deals a lot of damage when they don't have shield somehow. Because the assault rifle and the handgun just doesn't do as good as the plasma pistol. Are we in the same place again? Oh my god. I'm getting a little annoyed here. Uh-oh. I didn't know that's a hole. I thought that's a glass floor. Are you sure that shield is on his head? Got Kobo? Nice. See, it's the same place again. Oh my god. Yeah, this stage overstayed its welcome. Oh my god, it's the same place again. I'm going crazy. And two hunters in the middle. I didn't know they charge like that. I guess they charge when they see what weapon I have, question mark? Oh, that worked out. Should have done that. Nice.
Resistance appears to be increasing. We must be close to the control center.
You should have said that half an hour ago. If I had a super weapon, if only.
Analyzing. This must be the control room. The entrance to the control center is at the top of that pyramid structure. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
Hi, horse dragon. Imagine I'm doing a last soul playthrough. I don't know what that is. Also, I'm doing pretty okay. Other than this stage takes a little like too long. Overstayed its welcome essentially. Legendary all skulls on. I'm playing on normal and I feel like I'm dying a bunch here. I don't think I can do legendary at all. If it works, it works. I'll take it. This stage has overstayed its welcome. I'm growing sick and tired. No, what? Stop! Why do you keep doing this? It is the same place over and over again. Oh my god. Oh, brother. Just same place over and over again. Even Nomo is tough in areas for a bolt. Yeah, bolt is not that strong. Is this assault on the control room? I guess I didn't listen to Cortana because it's like whenever Cortana talks, there's like 10,000 things happening at once, so I cannot really listen to Cortana most of the time. Is it the second worst level? Second? I'm scared now. It's the same thing again. Oh my god. Wow, 3 lifts. 5 same places at once. Who thought it's a good idea? Start with L. It's the worst level? God, that might drive me away. Well, although expecting the game to have like masterpieces all over the game is a little bit unfair for me. Unfair to them, so yeah. Same places. God, I feel bored. I actually feel bored.
We should commandeer one of those ghosts. We're going to need the firepower.
Shoot you! Nice maneuver, I guess. Ooh, that looks crazy. Getting annoyed. Uh-oh, Kobold's getting angry. Halo is mostly good. That I can't deny. I had a really fun time until I reached this place. Is the grunt mimicking the kobold? Or is the kobold mimicking the grunt? The grunt mimicking the kobold. The kobold's superior. Might suggest that for the best of the game, actually, you just want to get story and get the more polished games. I just want to get past this level like as soon as possible. Like, I've been here for legit I think an hour more on this level alone. It's like, ooh. What? Oh, that's a gun. Boop. Boop. Thank you, Frankie. Boop. 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 Nothing here. Very cool, very cool. love it when turning 90 degrees there's 2 charge shot my way. It's so good. No more rocket launcher is a bit of a pain, honestly.
More here!
So when they're about to die, they just charge? What? You put arrows there. I went up and then what? What? Damn. Oh, that's a good idea. Step. Oh, okay.
Scanning. Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center.
I don't trust you. I mean, you said there was no Covenant and then there were like 10,000... Or not 10,000, but there are a few like invisible ones? What if there's like many invisible ones here? Oh my god, flashbang. Finally? Finally?
This is it. Halo's control center. That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring... it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now, they're afraid.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
the
are we...
weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
Uh-oh. I love Master Chief. Master Chief is like, whoa, slow down, what's happening? Yo, okay, I guess I'll do it. Okay, I guess I'll do it, oh my god. Assault on the control room, yeah, that dropped the ball.
The last transmission from the captain's dropship was
Yeah,
from this
I have to
area.
go get dinner, I'm sorry. But tomorrow I'll play more of this, definitely.
And I'll come pick you up.
So, Cortana is not with me anymore, right? Oh, hi again, Chip. Welcome back. Made it back before the end of stream. Can't wait for this to the next level. A lady in my suit calls me Stud Muffin. Huh? I feel like Master Chief is so chill. Like Master Chief is just like he's there, right? Oh, I'm doing this. Okay, I'll do it. Okay. Oh, I'm doing okay. Yes, I'll do that too. All right. I think that's kind of Master Chief. I love Master Chief. Master Chief funny. So do I just save and quit here? Your progress is set. Nice. Love that. Love that. Well, sadly, that stage sort of dropped the ball, but I'm not gonna let that dissuade me to not play the game anymore. No, it's just one stage, right? And obviously, when it comes to games, there's going to be like, you know, some bad choices in games. Although that one is like a huge bad choice. I don't get it. Right? It's not even the difficulty of the map, it's just everything is the same and loop like 5 times, I think. I mean, technically it doesn't loop, but obviously the environment, the everything, right? Especially the environment, it's just so boring to look at after a while, right? At first it was really cool, right? It like when we first get into that cool looking lift that goes down, right? That's the first part. I think if they loop it like twice is enough, right? Yeah, like that one stage was so boring to look at. I fell asleep once. I think I fell asleep once. I was like, oh shit, wait, no, I'm streaming. Oh, Master Chief is a 5-star cook as well. Heck yeah. I would drink. Thank you, Jameson. Later games I played got over the monotonous level structure. I'm glad. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the only stage that I have a problem with, right? First game in the series, you can't harp on it too much. Yeah, that's true. That's why I didn't want to be too harsh either, right? Like the first game, like for the first few for the first few stages, right? Sure, it's open-ended, but I'm okay with that, right? At some point when I feel too lost and then a navigation or like or a pin appears on my screen, I was like, I'm happy again, right? So not much problem there. The only problem is that stage, right? And honestly, it's not too big of a problem since it's only one stage. So all in all, I think I enjoyed this game a lot. Like the gunplay, oh yeah, the gunplay feels great, right? I mean, of course, assault rifle being a weird gun, you know, like the actual spray and pray gun. There's no first bullet being pinpoint accuracy and then losing accuracy the more you shoot. No, right? So it's kind of funny how assault rifle is that way. The gunplay definitely feels nice, right? When the big gun hits, the impact is there, and I love that, right? I really love that. And apparently sniper is like OP, right? Sniper rifle is like reloads fast, shoots fast, crazy, right? So yeah, I think I will play more of this game. I definitely look forward to playing more of this game tomorrow, right? Or maybe even the day after, right? Since there's like so many campaigns here. We started with this, and then I guess we played this after? I don't know, like maybe this as the last one, I guess? Yeah, this is the last one. The weapons and gunplay absolutely got polished and get polished in the new games. You're gonna be happy with Halo 2's main gun. Oh, yes! Okay, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Okay. A cat message coming in. Oh, look at that kitty. Oh my god. Of course, kitty. Look at that kitty. Amazing kitty. Right, I had fun today. Right, other than me falling asleep once. I couldn't feel bad for sleeping like that. If you want to do chronological order, it goes Halo CE 2, 3, ODST, and then 3, Reach 4. 1, 2, 3, ODST, Reach 4 for the release order. So, wait. Oh, 4 is the last one. Oh. And then release order is just 1, 2, 3, ODST, Reach, and then 4. Okay. So I guess since I already started with Halo CE first, why not just go with chronological order then? So I can play CE 2 after, and then ODST after. Like I can play for a long time, I feel like, for like these 6 games. Considering Halo CE already took like 1 session already. Maybe I'm slow, but still I enjoy the game a lot. And it definitely scratched that itch that I have, right? I've been itching to play a little bit of a little bit of gun game instead of Counter-Strike. And I didn't really play Gunfire Reborn because I'm pissed. No dragon character in Gunfire Reborn, and Kobo is so angry. Right? So yeah, something like that. Let's quit the game for now. We go here. And then I need to open up music as well. Boom, boom. Boop. Oh. Boop. What? Boop. Yeah. Boop. Boop. Yeah. Boop. Yeah, oh my god, oh my god. Kobo been spoiled. That was a little bit loud. Okay. I don't think I streamed this late for a long time. Question mark? Maybe. Johnny's streaming. Oh, Johnny. Akko? Akko is streaming? Oh, Lucy is streaming as well. Lucy is under the Kobo. Oh. So we have Kobo, we have Lucy the Kobo, we have Akko, and then Johnny. I feel like I have more chance to rate Johnny. If I raid Akko before, oh, I kind of want to raid into this new Kobold friend here. Well, not exactly new. I think I raided her once before. Under the cat photo, I'm looking. Oh. Oh my god! Wait. When the kitty is like, when the kitty close her, close the eyes, and then it's like, oh, like, it's so cute. Oh my god. Dragon has to go. Hotel has a good day. Thank you. I hope Dragon Mama has a good day as well. Thanks for hanging around today. Kobo appreciates Dragon Mama. I kind of want to rate Lucy actually. Before I rate though, I think it's better if you guys look at her for a bit. Like this is the couple. Purple bowl too, very nice. We love purple bowl here. Oh, we love purple here. Purple nice. Best color. No bias. Nope. Nope, because I'm purple. Nope. So yeah, I guess I'm rating her. Yeah, I want to rate into another kobold. Let's rate Lucy. Although I'm gonna plug my things real quick first. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. There's a monthly subscription thing if you want to help even more. Yeah. To pay the bills and stuff. Nice. And then I'll let Bernie talk about it for a bit. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you Bernie. And I also has a Discord channel. Bah. I announce my stream stuff over there. Stream starts, or stream delays, or stream cancellations and stuff like that. And I'll announce it on Discord so that people would know. And then there's also Dragon Simping Corner because I love Dragon. Dragon good, Dragon amazing. I think that's pretty much it, yeah. And then here's the right message. I mean, we're raiding to a kobold, but I'm hoping a kobold can give kobold a piece as well. Dragon neat, dragon majestic. I know, right? Gosh. Dragon amazing. Kobold left dragon. Well, that's the right message. If you don't have my emotes, feel free to use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. But maybe don't use more than 4 since I don't want to flood the chat box too much. I'm gonna type in the rate. There we go. Okay. I should probably sleep earlier today. But I've been playing Dragalia Lost a lot on my phone as well though. Dragalia Lost very fun. Anyway, I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get myself some food and then yeah, get some rest as well. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Lucy the Kobo. Yeah. Gonna raid to another Kobo friend. Kobo friend. Have nice food, have nice rest. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here too, Chip. Thank you. I will have nice food. I will have nice rest as well. I'm feeling weirdly eepy. I thought I had coffee today. No wonder I fell asleep just now. That stage didn't help. Anyway, I'm gonna play more Halo tomorrow, and I'll think about streaming more on Tuesday and Wednesday, but those streams will be on a different time, and yeah, it will be nighttime my time, which is around this time plus 2 hours or 3 hours. About more or less, right? I'll think about it. When I do stream, I'll just say it in Discord. I don't really have like a fixed schedule for it, but it's just an idea for now. So, yeah, take care everyone. Kobo loves you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. I'll wait for the timer to go down as I always do. Take care. Bye. Love y'all.